Wow, it's been a while, guys. It's been good, what, 2-3 years since I've seen all of you, since Zabbixers have seen each other live, finally, over here in Riga, Latvia. It's a real joy. I am a bit nervous because, like I said, it's been 3 years since I've seen such a large crowd, and it indeed is a huge crowd of Zabbix fans, Zabbix community members, contributors, partners, Zabbix team itself. Yeah, it's a joy. So, before we start, I'd like to thank our sponsors. Without our sponsors, we couldn't do this at this large of a scale. So thank you guys. And let's name our platinum sponsors. So, first off, we have IntelliTrend. Thank you guys. Then we have Quadrata. Thanks a lot. We'll have a round of applause for our platinum sponsors after we're done with the countdown. Alenta, thank you. And those were our platinum sponsors, yes. Thank you a lot, guys. Then, like I said, without all of these platinum and then gold and silver sponsors, this scale would be just a dream. We're scaling up and up. And next we have our gold sponsors. So let's name them and then let's have a round of applause for them. So we have IZI-IT. There you go, guys. We have Destivelle. We have H5 Network. We have Kustos. And those are our gold sponsors. So let's have a round of applause for every gold sponsor that I just named. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And next up, silver sponsors. So MySQL, thank you, guys. Matricio, thank you. The Como Business NTD Communications, thank you a lot, guys. SRA OSS, thank you. And Unirede, thank you. Silver sponsors, guys, silver sponsors, thank you very much. So next up, let's talk about some numbers that we're seeing this year. So we have, for this summit, 27 speakers, so that's a lot. We will have some great speeches, trust me, I've seen all of them. You should get very, very excited. A lot of great use cases, great features, great keynotes, all of that awaits you. We have 400 guests from 48 countries. So yesterday during the welcome party, we talked about like where people are coming from, and we got people from all over the place. We got US, we got Europe, we got Japan. Most of the world is pretty much covered. Guests from all over. I think let's have a round of applause for everyone traveling over here, finally, after 3 years. Wow. All right. Now, some technical things. So, first off, for Wi-Fi, you have the conference-free network that you guys can use. That's one thing, conference-free. Then, next up, we have a photo booth. We have Zabbix team here. We have Alexei sitting right in front of me, looking at me. So if you wish to take pictures, say hi, share it on social networks. Hashtag Zabbix Summit 2020. Approach us, chat with one another, take pictures with one another, share it, share your experiences. You're very much welcome. Next, you have these here things, these hold on. These here ID badges, right? Everyone should have them. If you're here, you should have your ID badge. This is your sort of pass to everything. Every event, it has the necessary information. It has the Telegram channel info, which we'll cover in the next slide in a moment, but there's also a Telegram channel. So don't lose them. Don't lose them throughout your days, throughout the summit event days. For Telegram, you can join the Telegram channel. The channel link is on your ID badge. You can join it, converse with other Zabbix fans, chat about the summit, chat about Zabbix, upcoming features, use cases, speakers, whatever else you want to talk about. Of course, we also have a YouTube live stream. Like I said, you can use other social networks, but Telegram for this year is our main hub. Okay, next up, We have the floor plan over here, so we are in this large room. Right outside, we have sponsor booths. We have merch booths. We have sales booths, partner booths, everything. You can approach our guys. Talk to them if you're interested in sales-y things, partners-y things. We got tech booth also. So if you have a question about your instance or a use case that you want to discuss with us, feel free to approach us during the breaks. This is very much welcome. Our guys are standing there. They're bored. They want your questions. So approach them. Ask whatever you want to ask. All right. So next up, we have a keynote. And who else but Zabbix owner and CEO Alexei Vladishev is going to present the keynote. Alexei, welcome. Let's have a large round of applause. Alexei.
Thank you, Artur. Yeah, thank you very much. It's really a great pleasure for me to see all of you again here in Riga, in the hometown of Zabbix. And yeah, so we spent like a few years in a kind of in a virtual world, communicating over Zoom, Skype, and all this modern technology. But finally, well, we can see each other in person. I'm so happy about it. So yeah, so this year it's a 10th Zabbix Summit already. And again, I'd like to thank everyone, our community members and users, and the customers and the partners and the sponsors of this conference. So thank you very much for your trust and for use of Zabbix. So thank you. What else? Today we also have a special event, and this day is special because we are also celebrating the 10th anniversary of Zabbix Japan. So this is our first subsidiary. We opened in Japan 10 years, exactly 10 years ago. So I'd like to thank the whole Zabbix team for their effort and for their hard work supporting Zabbix users and Zabbix customers, Zabbix partners in Japan. And special thanks to Mr. Kodai Terashima-san for his effort and his team. Well. Today I would like to start my talk with some challenges and in a modern IT world. And of course, there are so many different challenges. And maybe from a kind of a CIO point of view, there are a number of them. First of all, it's the many companies right now in the process of a digital transformation. So basically moving from older technologies and older approaches to a newer one. Sometimes we really are kind of a mix. We have many in our companies, even in Zabbix, we have a mix of older technologies and newer technologies, and so we have to think how to manage it, how to be prepared for the future. Of course, it's all related to monitoring as well. And of course, again, so many companies are trying to move to technologies like well, hybrid cloud, to a public cloud, AWS, Azure, but still in most of the cases, it's just a combination of the older world and the newer world. So we need to make sure that the strategies we are using in our company, they fit well the future. So, and speaking about the IT infrastructure management, so older approaches doesn't work anymore. Yeah, so we really want to deliver a value to our customers in a much faster way. So that's why the new approaches like, well, DevOps, AIOps, the much faster continuous delivery of the smaller, maybe some smaller improvements, but faster to end user is a super important. And of course, we need to be ready for the future, for the things, for the artificial intelligence, for other new modern technologies which are on our horizon. And last but not least, the cybersecurity plays an increasingly important role. Yeah, there are many cases. Yeah, some different vulnerabilities found in a different software. And we have to be absolutely, the cybersecurity needs to be one of the top of our priorities. So, okay, you may ask, how does it affect monitoring? And does it affect monitoring in any way? And I have to say it, yes, of course. Yeah, so we use maybe different approaches in IT infrastructure, so that needs to be somehow managed also by monitoring tools we use. And there are a number of challenges. Of course, maybe the most kind of significant one is so-called the multiple tools problem is when we use multiple tools, monitoring tools from different vendors. And when some companies approach us, they want to standardize on the monitoring approach. We see that they already use maybe, well, dozens of different monitoring solutions from different vendors, and it's really becomes a huge problem. Yeah, it's really hard to manage all those solutions. There is no a single standard or how we approach monitoring, how we approach observability in our enterprises. So the main problem, I think, is the lack of kind of a centralized management of the monitoring, and again, the lack of the standard, the lack of kind of a single pane of glass, so we can see everything what is happening in our enterprises. And of course, scalability, high availability, it plays an increasingly important role with a growing number of devices, with the complexity. So it's not longer kind of maybe kind of flat IT infrastructure, something like that. So again, it's a combination of systems running in the cloud, in a hybrid cloud, something in Kubernetes and VMware clusters. Yeah, so we need to find some common ground. So how we all manage it. And of course, things like proactive problem resolutions becomes critical. So we are not longer, we are not happy anymore with kind of a reactive approach to a problem resolution. When problem happens, we discover, okay, we've got a problem, let's fix it. Yeah, so it doesn't work anymore. So what we want to do, we want to discover problems even before they happened, using the machine learning, using baseline monitoring, anomaly detection, all other techniques. So, and cost effectiveness. Okay, that's very, very important topic, especially from a CIO point of view. We need to make sure that our solution scales not only technically on a technical level, but also, well, it fits our budget, and again, our budget is under control. All right, so, and that's exactly why we do Zabbix. So what is Zabbix? Zabbix is a universal, free, and open source, enterprise-ready monitoring solution. Again, from a day one, in 2001, when Zabbix was released for the first time, it was released under a GPL v2 license. So this exactly the same license, or free and open source license, is used by different products, for example, by Linux. And Linux is a super popular, a super kind of flexible and universal operating system. It's been used for high performance computing, workstations, servers, and embedded environment. And actually, likewise, Linux Zabbix is also a very universal in its space, in the monitoring space. So again, it could be used for vast majority of different use cases, regardless of what kind of a company you are, in what industry you're working, what you're interested in, I don't know, availability monitoring, performance monitoring, well, visualization, alerting, maybe anything else. So Zabbix can deliver it. And Zabbix is a, well, enterprise. We've been focused on the enterprise users, but not only. What we really want that Zabbix fits very well enterprise environments. That's why we have created so many integrations with existing enterprise tools you already have, like CMDB systems, ticketing system, and any other systems, and other systems you may already have. Again, and Zabbix is an all-in-one monitoring solution, and again, this is kind of a Zabbix DNA. We are trying to build one solution with all monitoring-related functionality built in. So you don't need to build your monitoring platform out of different components. Zabbix should fit it all. Of course, maybe not 100%, but at least 80%, 90% of all monitoring tools, monitoring needs should be covered by Zabbix. Things like alerting, visualization, early problem detection, the data collection, so it's all, or discovery, it's all part of Zabbix. So again, speaking about the cost of Zabbix, Zabbix provides really extremely low total cost of ownership. Of course, thanks to the fact that Zabbix is a free and open source, all right, so you may use it for free. But again, when you use the professional services from Zabbix, yeah, the professional services are fixed price. So you don't need to pay, well, per device. There is no per device fee. You pay a fixed price, and regardless of number of devices you have, the price is exactly the same. But it's not only because of this, it's because of all information about Zabbix is publicly available. So Zabbix documentation, yeah, our roadmap, ticketing systems, there's a feature request, and we are trying to be extremely transparent with our users and customers and partners what we are doing in Zabbix. And yeah, so you're absolutely covered. So basically, Zabbix gives you a best of both worlds, free and open source, yeah, and all the attributes of free and open source software are there. It gives you so much freedom, no restrictions at all, on a technical level, on a business level, no restrictions. So tons of advantages coming from the fact that Zabbix is free and open source, and many, many advantages that Zabbix is covered by a vendor, by Zabbix, and by a network of our partners. So you may be absolutely confident in Zabbix, in the services we provide. And we do have a number of, the different types of commercial services and professional services which provide to users. Professional services for different levels, for smaller companies, for bigger companies with a different SLA. And I'll give you an example. Just a few years ago, we have introduced a Global One support for the most demanding bigger companies having different legal entities in different countries, or multinational companies. I'm very excited to say that the number of those enterprise, bigger enterprise companies is growing over the years. And the training. So training is super, super important. So sometimes I hear this question, hey, I've been using Zabbix since Zabbix 1.0. I know everything about Zabbix. Why would I need a training? But, well, believe me, you will learn so much when you go to a training session, like Zabbix certified specialist or Zabbix certified professional, because we cover everything, actually, all single aspect of Zabbix. So you'll know how to make high availability, how to scale Zabbix, how to build the best monitoring architecture in your enterprise, and we cover absolutely 100% of all functionality which is provided by Zabbix. So your specific use case is covered by the training. What else? Yeah, and just recently, again, a few years ago, we have introduced so-called one-day courses. And if you'd like to get some in-depth understanding of some specific topics, like, for example, how to work with the API, if you want to do some integration with Zabbix with some other tools, or how to do anomaly detection with Zabbix, or maybe some other topics, it's all covered in one-day courses, which are available online. So I'd like to encourage you to have a look at what kind of trainings we are providing, and it really gives so much value. It really actually, our services are designed to save your time and money. Yeah, of course you may figure out by yourself how to do certain things, but trainings will help you tremendously. And the services, they are not provided only by us, by Zabbix, by the vendor, also by the great network of our partners. And at this moment, we have more than almost 250 partners all around the world. Yeah, so, well, everywhere. North, South America, Western, Eastern Europe, Australia, Africa, well, you name it. Yeah, so that's the services are provided by us or by our partners. And of course, the partners, they have a huge advantage of being closer to a customer, to you. They also have advantage of knowing your specific industry. They speak your native language. So yeah, you have a choice. You may work directly with us or with your partner, which may be very, very close to you. So sometimes, again, I'm getting this question, so how many users you have? Yeah, and honestly, I absolutely have no idea. Yeah, I'm repeating this over and over again. We don't track our users. We actually have no idea how many users we have all around the world. I have some numbers, like, for example, number of unique IP addresses which accessed our repository. I think it's more than 20 million last year or this year. I just need to verify. But what we know a number of our customers. And I have to say that at this moment, more than 100 of Fortune 500 global companies, they use Zabbix, they are our customers. Yeah, so this is, I think, a great achievement, and the largest world's companies, they trust our solution. Thank you. Yeah. Speaking about Zabbix scalability, what are kind of the capabilities in terms of scaling of a single Zabbix server? And here also we have some impressive cases when, for example, one of the largest company in the area from the United States, it used a single Zabbix server to monitor more than 500,000 of devices. So those are physical devices distributed across the United States. So obviously the number of items and triggers is much higher. We have also a number of cases when a single Zabbix server handles more than 10,000, 20,000, and 30,000 of proxies. So I'm talking about single Zabbix server with this number of proxies, again, all distributed across the country. So this specific case is more than 30,000 of proxy is a real case from all the countries in Latin America when the schools, the public schools, all monitored by Zabbix. So actually one proxy per each school. One proxy monitors the local environment, and it all gets reported to a kind of centralized, central Zabbix server. And in terms of number of items and number of triggers, it's no longer a kind of a special case when there are setups with more than tens of millions of items and triggers handled by a single Zabbix server. Of course, it requires quite a beefy hardware, yeah, obviously. Yeah, the database needs to be tuned to handle this number of requests, and the Zabbix server side and the front end, but still those are the numbers which are achievable using a single Zabbix server. What else? Well, Zabbix can be deployed anywhere, and that is what we do with Zabbix. We are kind of trying to extend the level of freedom we give to our users. Zabbix is free and open source, but also Zabbix can be deployed in any way you want. And obviously we do provide official packages for basically vast majority of the most popular Linux distributions like RHEL or SUSE Enterprise if you prefer to go this kind of a commercial enterprise way, or Alma Linux, Rocky Linux, just a few additions to the family of distributions supported by Zabbix. Obviously, Ubuntu, Debian, it's all supported. And also we support, Raspberry Pi, if you prefer some low-cost proxies deployed on a Raspberry Pi type of hardware. And we do provide the Docker images, extremely popular way of distributing and deploying Zabbix right now, again, with tens of millions of downloads. Yeah? And Helm charts for fast Kubernetes, fast deployment of Zabbix in a Kubernetes environment and OpenShift. But also Zabbix is available in the cloud as a one-click deployment, basically in all public clouds like AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. All right, so you may go to Management Console of AWS, click, and you have Zabbix up and running, pre-installed, pre-configured, and ready to use just in 1 minute. Again, with Zabbix, I believe we can monitor absolutely anything. Maybe not kind of 100% what we want. Obviously, there are some limitations, but most of the things we can think of, they can be monitored by Zabbix in one way or another. And of course, remember those challenges, kind of CIO challenges, like, okay, we have a mix of different technologies, older, newer ones. We have a cloud, and we have maybe some older legacy operating systems or different systems. So, well, I think with Zabbix, you can do it both. So everything, yeah. So we do support legacy operating systems like Solaris, AX. So I guess still we do support 364, yeah, HPX. But also we are prepared, well, for the future. So we invest a lot into making sure that Zabbix fits well into cloud environment. Yes. If you wonder, can Zabbix do A, or can Zabbix monitor application A or network device B? We have a special page which is called zabbix.com/integrations. You go on our website and go to the integration section of our website, and you can see the hundreds and hundreds of different ready-to-use templates for monitoring your specific applications, services, network devices, and protocols. Yeah, so there are many. And some of them are created by our integration team. So those are official integrations delivered by us, by a vendor and our partners. And also there are high quality contributions made by Zabbix community. And the number of integration is growing all the time. So for example, just recently we have added support for AWS, yeah, for AWS services, integration with the CloudWatch, the monitoring of services like EC2, like RDS, AWS DNS, S3, and others. Also, we're investing a lot into making sure that Azure and Google Cloud is covered. We have also introduced a high quality and very in-depth monitoring on VMware. It came with Zabbix 6.2 and it's been extended in Zabbix 6.4. So if you never used Zabbix monitoring for VMware, just, well, have a look. Yeah, I think you'll be surprised what we can do right now. But also, there are many, many more distributions are coming, actually, integrations are coming every day, like Meraki, like the Cockroach DB, the Hewlett-Packard, well, the Synergy series of devices, and many, many others. It's all just recent additions to the family of kind of the out-of-the-box integrations of Zabbix. And of course, Zabbix can be easily integrated into your existing ecosystems of tools, like CMDB systems you already have in your companies, or ticketing systems. Well, I will just name a few, like well, ServiceNow, OTRS, Atlassian family of products like Jira, and many others. And of course, alerting system and messaging systems like Office 365, well, Slack, and many others. Okay, so regardless of what systems you already use in your company, there is a great chance that it's already being covered by Zabbix. Well, security. I mentioned security, and security really plays an increasingly important role, and we pay a huge attention to security in Zabbix. And there are actually a few levels. One level, obviously, is Zabbix infrastructure, the way how we develop Zabbix, the way how we secure our internal infrastructure, because this is kind of the first level. And maybe the second level is what kind of security-related features we provide to our users, yeah, in Zabbix product. So let's have a look at some of them very quickly. First of all, Zabbix agents. That's Zabbix agents, that's what gets distributed across maybe different operating systems. And of course, we need to be kind of absolutely confident in the security of those agents because they're very close to kind of sensitive systems. And Zabbix agent never required root privileges or some super user privileges. Yeah, it runs under normal user. And it's also possible to limit and to restrict what kind of metrics and items are available for each specific agent. So if I want one agent to be able to monitor only one thing, something, well, maybe related to applications, to certain application, we can do it very easily. What else? Well, all communications are secured, obviously, in Zabbix, and with agent we have PSKey, pre-shared key encryption, or TLS-based encryption. Also, on the UI side of things, we also introduced a number of features that really improve the security of Zabbix with the support of two-factor authentication, with the single sign-on, with the support of audit log, with the password complexity check, which is really required to follow some strict security standards you may have in your company, and some other features are coming. We'll talk about this a little bit later. And again, you may keep, in Zabbix, obviously, it's a monitoring tool, so sometimes we want to keep some sensitive information within Zabbix, like API tokens or some usernames or a password. But the good thing is that all sensitive information can be stored outside of Zabbix right now, okay? In the vaults, yeah? In a special type of software that is designed to keep your sensitive information. So now we support HashiCorp Vault, and we also support CyberArk Vault, so two different solutions. Just recently, we engaged in the HackerOne program, so that in the bug bounty HackerOne program, currently running in a private mode, and it basically means that the world's best penetration testers are trying to hack into Zabbix software. Yeah, so that is really, really cool. So, and other customers of HackerOne is world famous companies like Microsoft and Google and many others all around the world. Right now, we are in the process of the ISO 2701 accreditation. We already passed the pre-audit check, and I believe that by the end of this year, it will be achieved. Yeah, so ISO 2701 we are getting it soon. What else? Again, we are being very transparent about Zabbix and also about the security issues. Some time ago, we have introduced our security advisory, which is publicly available on our website. So any security-related issues and vulnerabilities which may or may not affect Zabbix are listed there. And sometimes we have some famous vulnerabilities found in a, say, I don't know, Spring framework. I remember the famous vulnerability. So we can actually tell our users, no, Zabbix Java Gateway is not affected. Yeah, but sometimes, of course, we found some Zabbix team or independent security researchers may found some problems that affect Zabbix software. And in this case, obviously, we report to our partners and our users first, and this is a good kind of advantage of being a Zabbix partner and Zabbix users, and then we distribute this information on our Zabbix security advisory page. What else? So actually, traditionally, we've been working with end users only, yeah? Kind of someone wants a monitoring tool, and we've been providing services to that company. But at some point, it was time to rethink, okay, maybe Zabbix can be used for something else. And also, right now, I think that Zabbix is a perfect solution. It's kind of awesome solution for managed service providers. And what is the benefit of using Zabbix for managed service providers? There are, I think, two. One, obviously, using a monitoring and functionality provided by Zabbix, MSP companies, they may increase the quality of services they deliver to their customers. This is number one. And the number two is that Zabbix monitoring solution may provide an additional revenue stream for MSPs types of companies. So this is kind of added value service you as an MSP company may provide to your end users. I think this is something to think about it if you're MSP type of company. Actually, there are a number of features that really makes it possible. I would like to mention just a few. First of all, it's early problem detection, thanks to the functionality provided by machine learning, by baseline monitoring, by anomaly detection, and also trend prediction. I already mentioned that reactive problem resolution is no longer a solution. We need to detect some potential problems as soon as possible. So all these methods are super important. What else? User roles. That is an excellent tool, and that was introduced, I guess, a couple of years ago, support of user roles. It really gives us a very fine-grained approach to the way how we manage user permissions. And if you want to display the monitoring information to our end users, if you're MSP type of company or not MSP type of company, it doesn't matter. We can actually tell, okay, Zabbix, please display dashboards only and in read-only mode, and do not tell about anything else. Okay, so the user roles is a really great feature which really helps to present Zabbix in a very kind of custom way. We don't want to give access to everything in Zabbix, but only to specific pages, maybe dashboards, list of problems, and maybe some reports, and maybe nothing else. The shadowed reports, okay, it's a very nice feature, and again, it's kind of a very nice functionality, which really helps to deliver information from a monitoring tool to end users on a kind of periodic basis. All right, I go to work on Monday, and I'd like to see what's happened last week, okay? Or maybe I want to receive some kind of daily management reports. And it's actually an excellent way how to turn your dashboard into a PDF report, and so that PDF report can be delivered on a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly or hourly basis to you. So this is a very nice functionality. And the business service monitoring, that's something we introduced in Zabbix 6.0. This is ability to look at our infrastructure from a business point of view. So we are no longer interested in a lower level stuff like a CPU load or available free disk space or availability or certain servers. No, we are mostly interested in our kind of service level objectives. We want to see if our business operates well or not. Yeah? So Zabbix is able to deliver real-time SLA, SLI information. It may send you alerts if something happened, and it also provides a root cause analysis and also impact analysis. So again, if you never used a business service monitoring, please have a look. It's functionalities that designed to scale to the huge number, more than 100,000 of business services. You define a service tree and you know if something goes wrong. I think that's especially useful for managers. What else? And that's what I mentioned, the monitoring as a revenue stream for MSP type of companies. Again, we may provide a monitoring as an additional service to our users and generate an additional revenue stream thanks to functionality we have in Zabbix. Okay, if you want to see what are Zabbix capabilities in regards of data collection, alerting, or machine learning, or someone else, just have a look at the features page at zabbix.com features, when you can find basically the full list of the functionality that is provided by Zabbix. And if you want to have some conversation with your colleagues, if Zabbix is a good tool or it's not maybe a good tool, just have a look at this page. And there are so many to discover what Zabbix can deliver to you. Well, what's next? Yeah, so Every time when we have a new major version ready, and it's always time for me and my team members to rethink where we are, yeah, to understand where we are and where we are moving to, what may be the next features and new functionality we want to deliver to our users. And of course, it all comes down to the roadmap. So what we include in our roadmap. Of course, we have a great choice of, I don't know, at this moment we have like 2,000, maybe even more of the Zabbix next features, the feature requests coming from our users. Obviously, we cannot implement everything in one go. We need to focus on something. And the roadmap is always kind of a difficult exercise for me and for team members, because we really need to set some priorities, and there are so many ways we may extend Zabbix to. And I would like to mention just a few vectors, which we are moving right now, which we think are important for the future of Zabbix and for our customers. Of course, this is general usability, okay? We'd like to make Zabbix UI, the user interface, as easy as possible, all right? With a very easy navigation, with the views which are really tailored to your use cases, with a great visualization. So that is one of our top priorities right now. The cloud. That's what we already started. Okay, we are in the process of delivering kind of out-of-the-box experience with Zabbix. You install Zabbix, and all public clouds, all services of the public clouds are covered. So that's our goal, and that's what our integration team is working on right now. Well, event processing. So Zabbix, I will speak maybe about event processing a little bit later, but the main idea is to extend the way how we work with events and with ability to receive events from external system and turn Zabbix also into event management system. An extending scope of monitoring. As a Zabbix team, we're always thinking, okay, how to make Zabbix useful not only for infrastructure, IT infrastructure monitoring, but for anything else. Zabbix is universal. It already can be used for different things, not necessarily related to IT infrastructure monitoring, environmental monitoring, IoT monitoring, it's all possible. But the things as APM, application performance monitoring, or for example, log management, they are not well covered right now. That's what we would like to think about in the future. And expandability on all levels. At this moment, we do provide many great features like support of webhooks or user modules, ability to write your scripts to add some URLs to Zabbix UIs and so on and so forth, but it needs to be extended even further. Yeah, so with some plugins, with the ability to make some modifications in Zabbix with some modules, yeah, without making changes in Zabbix code itself. Yeah, so it needs to be customizable. And of course, a high availability, load balancing, and scalability. It is important. It's still something we are very, very focused right now. And I would like to give you some insights on the features we are currently working on, and what will appear in the near future in Zabbix. The first is advanced synthetic monitoring. So we already support the notion of synthetic monitoring in Zabbix. So you may basically script your checks using a JavaScript, but we are limited to HTTP protocol right now, and we don't cover all scenarios. So right now we are working on the browser emulation. Okay, so it would be possible basically to perform, if you're familiar with the products like a Gmeter or maybe Selenium. So it will be ability to emulate a user experience, yeah, for end user monitoring. So we're acting as a browser. We just connect to web application. We do certain steps. We verify performance, availability of certain objects in HTML, for example, and yeah, so we create a very complex scenario. This is coming, and I really hope that it's coming Zabbix 6.4 already. Zero downtime upgrade of proxy. So right now, if you want to migrate your Zabbix infrastructure from one major release to another, you don't need to touch your agents. So agents are backward compatible, well, everything is fine. But what we need to do, we need to upgrade Zabbix server and proxies in one go. Yeah, sometimes it's not easy. If you don't have a configuration management system in place, well, it may take time. And we need to really make it in one go. It complicates things. But what we have in Zabbix 6.4 is that the older proxies will continue to process data with the newer Zabbix server. All right, so basically what does it mean? You install a new Zabbix server and older proxies will continue to send and process data for a newer Zabbix server, which is really, really cool. It really gives us a much longer time frame and time window for the upgrade. It can be extended to hours, to days, or maybe in some cases to weeks, so we can gradually upgrade all our proxies, and it really gives us, well, zero downtime experience, which is super, super nice. What else? Another thing which is coming and is being developed right now, it's a notion of the cause and symptom events. What does it mean? When we go to the problem view, we see that, okay, this problem is basically a consequence on that problem, so why should we see it? We really want to see only root cause problems. Please don't show me something which is a not root cause. And that it is exactly why we need this functionality. We basically split all problems into two ranks or two classes. One class is the root cause problems or a cause events, and another class is the symptom events. And if we know that, okay, so this problem is the symptom, okay, we can mark it as a symptom of the cause event, and it will disappear from a problem view. So that is very nice. And then, I don't know if it's visible or not, for example, here, so this is just a cause event, and we see, okay, this is a cause event, but this is the number of symptoms, the number of related events. Okay, 2, and we can expand it and see, okay, those are the symptoms. So this functionality is coming in a Zabbix 6.4 very soon. So at this moment, it would be possible to manage this relationship manually, but later on, it will be part of the event correlation model. So event correlation engine could do it automatically based on the correlation rules. Yeah, and speaking about the event correlation, actually I've been talking about the event correlation for quite some time. Event correlation engine is kind of a work in progress. The design of the event correlation engine is still work in progress. It's quite oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, because really it's super, super important. Zabbix is known as a very well kind of done system which process metric data. Okay, we have been always thinking about, okay, metric, we transform metrics into events, but Zabbix is not able to to process a raw events. Yeah, and the event correlation model will allow us to basically to do certain things. That's what is mentioned, like the filtering, event filtering, deduplication, and enrichment. Those are kind of obvious things. But I look at the event correlation as a platform which generates kind of a new facts out of existing facts. Because when we look at the problem view, it's basically the set of facts. System A is not available. What is it? It's a fact. Yeah, we have another fact. Yeah, an event correlation model needs to be smart enough to manage this kind of the set of facts, to maybe to hide something which is less important, and to generate a new fact based on the facts we already know. So that's the idea, and that is what is being discussed within Zabbix team. We are working on the design right now. So no promises about the time of delivery, but it's one of the top priorities right now for us and for myself personally. I've been involved in this very much. Multi-data center monitoring. It's about ability to receive events from external systems. Okay, once again, it's not about kind of receiving metrics from external systems, but events. So if we have multiple Zabbix servers distributed across maybe different data centers, one data center, one Zabbix server, another data center, another Zabbix server, so they can push events into a central Zabbix server, like this one. And here we basically see and get this kind of single pane of glass experience for many Zabbix servers. Okay, so the dashboard could be generated based on data from a different Zabbix servers, and also central Zabbix server will be able to correlate events coming from different sources. Okay, so the first step is to receive events from Zabbix servers, and the next step will be to receive a generic events from other sources, maybe other monitoring tools or log files, or maybe traps, because SNMP trap is basically event, it's not a metric, it's a ready-made event. Yeah, and obviously the visualization capabilities. That we have introduced a number of new widgets in Zabbix 6.2, and of course, we'd like to extend it to a newer types of visualization. For example, aimed specifically to cloud monitoring, aimed specifically to monitoring of some dynamic environments like a Kubernetes cluster and the services, and so on. So this is something that we are very, very focused on right now. Instant configuration update. So what does it mean? So right now, if you do some changes in Zabbix, you create a new host, create new metrics, you create a new triggers, it takes time when this change gets distributed across your Zabbix environment. Like, it takes time, so the Zabbix server knows, okay, we have some configuration changes, then this information needs to be pulled by proxy, then it needs to be pulled by the agent. But starting from Zabbix 6.4, and this functionality is already there, you can test it. We already have a beta of Zabbix 6.4 released, you can test it. As soon as you make a change in a Zabbix, just very quickly, maybe 5 seconds, okay, very quickly, okay, it just gets written to Zabbix database immediately, of course, and then maybe within 30 seconds or 5 seconds, Zabbix server will discover, okay, we have a configuration change, just kind of a delta. Okay, we have a new item, for example. Then maybe after 10 seconds, Zabbix server will push this information to proxy. Now we are using pull methods. We are pulling data, but starting from Zabbix 6.4, it will be pushed. Yeah, it will be pushed immediately by first Zabbix server to proxy, then from proxy to Zabbix agent. And after 1 minute max, you'll start receiving data and will start getting notification about a different problem. So I'm very, very happy about this functionality. We really made a lot. We changed our architecture a little bit internally, and it works for passive proxies, for active proxies, for passive agents, for active agents. So you're 100% covered. JIT user provisioning. Yeah, finally. Yeah. So 6.4, it's one of the top feature requests. I think #1 or #2. So what's all about? It's about ability to manage users outside of Zabbix. Okay, so we have LDAP directory, AD, or maybe, well, SAML, and you may keep information about servers there. You don't need to manage it in Zabbix anymore. So as soon as Zabbix authenticates himself against LDAP, Zabbix will basically map, it will create a user in Zabbix automatically. It will map SAML attributes to user groups, and everything will work kind of magically. Yeah, so this is a very, very nice feature, and especially if you'd like to be compliant to the highest security standards in your company or certain certain standards, well, it's a great feature. It's a great feature to have. It's already being developed, and it will be delivered in Zabbix 6.4 very soon. And this is Zabbix 7.0 roadmap in a nutshell. Basically, cloud Kubernetes, it's still one of top priorities. JIT user provisioning, synthetic monitoring, security compliance monitoring, that's something that may come later, okay? Event correlation engine, receiving events from outside, from third-party systems, enterprise alarm console, framework for new widgets, simplified upgrade of proxies, and many other things. This is something we'd like to introduce in Zabbix 7.0. As always, yeah, that's our intention. It may or may not happen, yeah? Well, sometimes it takes longer time than we expect, but that's what we would like to see. And then later on is we'd like to extend Zabbix more into with open telemetry integration, observability stuff, cloud native, make it cloud native, in terms of scalability, load balancing, and high availability, and log management. So this is something on our radar, but a little bit later. And yes, if you'd like to learn more about the Zabbix roadmap, if you'd like to follow Zabbix development, you're very welcome to go to Zabbix roadmap, and all information is available there. From time to time, we are making some minor updates, but it's pretty up-to-date information with all those different statuses, like new in design, in development ready. So if you see it's in dev, there is almost 100% chance it will be delivered in the next major release. All right? Okay, last but not least, and I think that's very important, I'd like to say, well, Zabbix community, we love you on behalf of all Zabbix team. Really. Yeah. For your trust in Zabbix, for the way how you contribute, well, Zabbix translations, those feature requests, of the voting, well, everything you do, some of the forum activities and different chats, and well, you do a lot, and we see it. It really gets noticed by Zabbix team. Maybe we don't say it loudly often, yeah, but we do see it and we notice it. So thank you very much, Zabbix community, users, customers, and our partners for everything you do, well, for Zabbix and for your use on Zabbix. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. Now we know how we have changed our train of thought over time and what awaits us in the not-so-distant future. And the future looks great, amazing. Can't wait. 6.4 beta is already out, by the way, as Alexei said. So everyone can download it and test things out. I know that many of you maybe don't play around with beta versions and things like that, but I do suggest doing that because I myself do it. And that gives you a nice preview of things to come. All right. For our next speakers, plural, maybe you've talked to them, maybe you will talk to them in the nearby future. Those are two guys from our sales team, and they will teach you and show you and tell you how you can get ahead of the game with Zabbix services. So let's welcome on the stage a duo consisting of Anton Jefremov, Zabbix sales manager, and Yuri Tarasenko, Zabbix sales manager from Zabbix Latvia. Welcome. Are you ready, guys? There they are.
Hello. So, welcome everyone to Riga. Good morning. Thanks for traveling here. It's so good to see you all in person today after such a long break. We are glad to see you in person, and what we're going to be talking about with Anton today is a set of Zabbix professional services. And important thing to mention is that before we go into the detail, that whatever your point in Zabbix journey at the moment, we actually have something to offer. So it's not only for those who just discovered Zabbix, but also for experienced users like many of you, I guess, here in this room. So Anton, with that in mind, what would be the first proposition from us? What would be the first, during the first milestone of Zabbix usage?
Yeah, hello everyone. I just wanted to start with the fact that you, starting your Zabbix journey, you might be interested in actually identifying your monitoring needs, your requirements, setting them up. And with that, we can actually help you to begin your experience with Zabbix by offering you the turnkey solutions, which is basically the deployment project of Zabbix into your environment. The steps of that services, I should say, consist of, as I said, setting up your monitoring needs and requirements. At that stage, our professionals, our engineers would advise you on your Zabbix architecture and hardware requirements as well. After that, we deploy the Zabbix into your environment and provide you with detailed documentation, which is very important because you can actually use that as a manual later on in order to edit, expand, or adjust your Zabbix instance. So the benefits of this particular solution, which is like maybe considered as a first step, you are saving your time installing Zabbix yourself. You receive the solution that was tailored specifically to your requirements, to your needs. And as I said, you receive the guide or the manual that can be later used for anything you might be willing to do with your Zabbix instance. With that, Yuri, is there any other way our customers or the Zabbix users can actually deploy Zabbix maybe themselves, and can we help with that?
Yes, Anton, absolutely. And you know, turnkey solution sounds great because somebody who knows Zabbix really well does the installation and deployment for you. The alternative, though, for somebody who just was introduced to Zabbix is, of course, our training program. But at the same time, what we want to mention is that there's plenty of courses available, and the training is a good starting point for somebody new to Zabbix, but also for somebody who's been using the tool for a while. At the core, we have 4 different levels of training. This is our core program, and of course, as I said, it gets you up to speed whether to learn what Zabbix is about at all in one day of our user course, or alternatively getting our specialist and professional level trainings that goes through Zabbix deployment and managing in larger environments. And also, if you want to get a PhD of Zabbix, that can be achieved with the Zabbix Expert course, which we advise to all of you. But important to mention that during any of our training courses, it is a really fast way to get the knowledge of the product. As I said, it's beneficial even if you were using Zabbix for a while, installed it, and even managing successfully, because our expert would share tips and tricks and best practices, and also, of course, introduce you to the new features. There's a lot of time left for Q&A with the trainer in all those courses, and during which, of course, you can run the real-time situation by them and discuss real prod environment problem.
Yuri, have you done the training yourself? Did you speak from experience?
Absolutely, Anton. In fact, I'm on level 2 right now, so I've conducted a second training some time ago. And what I want to point out is that it was incredible not only listen to theory behind the product, but also we've done a lot of lab work. Everything was easily step-by-step documented, and what I've really enjoyed, it was a small group of people, of our peers, like who were using the product and sharing their knowledge and running the real-time situation problems by us and the trainer, which was good to see. And apart from the core program, we do have 4 different extra courses. And essentially, this is a deep dive into a specific subject related to Zabbix. So there's no prerequisites for this one, so anyone can attend. We have plenty of online courses running in different time zones. So, but the main idea here is to uncover as much as possible out of this subject. And the trainer would not only share the theoretical part, as I said, but also, of course, will reflect onto his experience by dealing with other customers and what kind of issues they were facing. So deep dive into one of the subject areas, whether it's security administration or data preprocessing, that's a go-to course then. And finally, last but not least, I guess, out of training program, our new addition is our upgrade courses. So I believe there's probably a lot of specialist and professional certified students here. But what we've introduced, obviously, the new Zabbix version comes out every year, new features coming out, and these two courses are really easy way, really fast way to actually get knowledge of the new features and pass your examination to get a updated certification. Of course, the training is a great addition and amazing way to get a knowledge transfer from Zabbix experts to yourself or to your teams. Anton, imagine the situation whereby we deployed Zabbix already, the customer had a training, passed their training program. What else, what can we offer in order to ensure they have everything they need in the long run?
Well, okay, so you've done your training, you've deployed your Zabbix. One thing I also wanted to mention is that you can actually migrate from the legacy tool if you have been using something different. And now you want to be confident using Zabbix in the long run, you know, down the road, how many years you might wish to do so. At this stage, we can offer the technical support agreement, which is typically annual contract that we sign with our customers, and we have 5 tiers of support available, just echoing something Mr. Vladishev was saying in the keynotes. Those you probably have already heard about. We are also introducing a new type of the support, which is designed for the MSP. But and you will hear about that later down, down the road during the summit. But with the 5 tiers we have available, are actually designed to fit any Zabbix size, any budget, any company size you might have, and basically, if you approach us with the request for the support quote, we will provide something that is customly fit to your organization and to your needs. One thing I wanted to mention here is that we do not charge for the support based on the number of devices you might be having, number of metrics you might be collecting. All we care about is the number of Zabbix services and Zabbix proxies, and for the enterprise and the global tiers, not even that is important. All the entire installation will be covered. We also offer something called troubleshooting sessions. If something critical has happened to your Zabbix installation, you are not only communicating through the support portal that we provide the access to, but you can actually have a live conversation with our engineer. And speaking of tickets, basically the ticket processing goes that our engineers would get to the root of the root cause of the issue. We'll tell you what we did to fix it, and we'll actually provide you the guidance on how to avoid that issue down the road in the future. We also provide our support globally, as we say. What that means is that wherever you are located, whatever time zone you might be on, we'll provide you either 24/7 or 8 hours, 5 days a week support, depending on actually according to your time zone and then to whatever is more comfortable for you. And with the help of our offices around the world and our wonderful partners, thank you once again, we can provide the support in a variety of different languages. The support itself is online, but if you require our engineer on site for a specific project type service, such as, for example, upgrade, training, maybe consultations session, we can send our engineer to work on site with your specialists. For the support, we actually do gather, we collect some metrics. And as you can see in the SLA, we have the initial response time up to 4 hours. Well, in fact, in reality, we have gathered some stats for the last 12 months. And in reality, the initial response time is actually 51 minutes or somewhere around. That's an average number. Similarly, for the emergency response time, in the SLA, you will find the 90 minutes or up to 90 minutes response time. In reality, it's actually around 22 minutes. And I'm proud to say that of all the support tickets closed in the last 12 months, 95.7% support tickets have received positive feedback. And on that note, I would like to thank our support team for their wonderful job. I'm really privileged and honored to work in the company with such a professional team. We do gather some feedback in terms of the comments, and those are just real examples. I've spent maybe a few minutes, to be honest with you, gathering those feedbacks from the closed tickets in the last 12 months. And I'm proud to say that our customers value the understandable answers that they're receiving, the quick and accurate response, and the excellent service in general from our support team once again. With the support, if basically you already know about that, but Yuri, is there anything else in addition, or maybe some alternative to the support that can be offered to the customers?
Thanks, Anton. Indeed, well, technical support provides this instant access to the team of our engineers to make sure that whatever comes your way, Zabbix-wise, can be sorted real quickly. We do recognize, though, that sometimes it may be a different situation where you may need a broader advice or just spend a bit of more time with our engineers, maybe potentially design architecture for your Zabbix instance, or just talk through some of the issues that you're facing. In this kind of situation, we offer our consulting services, and these are packages of ours that can be bought and spent throughout the year with our engineers on a different Zabbix-related tasks. And I think the most important here is the flexibility, right? So while technical support purely gives you instant access to the team to sort your issues that you may be facing. Here we are more looking at the advice from the team, right? So we can't see it as a pay-as-you-go option, where you prepay for a specific package of ours and then spend whenever you need any help from the team. Of course, the flexibility here is that it can be spent on any Zabbix-related tasks. And we'll go into that in a second just to show you the example of a real customer who did do such a project. It can be spent on-site or remotely, and as I said, you have the full 12 months to spend those hours. But talking about real case of the customer who's been using Zabbix for a while, but at some point they decided that they need to start from scratch. It was a legacy tool, out of date, and it's Middle Eastern, quite a large bank in the Middle East. Very knowledgeable about Zabbix itself, but they wanted a fresh start, and we've offered them 60-hour consulting package to start with. And the way we went about helping them here is we've designed new architecture for Zabbix during a couple of the sessions and offline work. Following that, we actually assisted them. So while they were doing that installation and deployment themselves, we actually assisted them, provide hands-on assistance with Zabbix installation during a few sessions throughout the week when they were doing that. And of course, a couple of weeks into them using Zabbix and adding more and more devices and metrics to their installation, we've conducted performance tuning session, which essentially ensured that they're streamlined to grow and add more devices and more offices quickly without any performance issues.
And I would like to point out here that the consultants is actually also included in some of the support packages, namely the enterprise and the global, just for you to remember that. Sorry.
That's a good point, Anton. And of course, there's no real limits on what can be consulting hours can be used for. In the end of the day, we just had a couple of sort of Q&A sessions with their team to finalize and go through any possible outstanding issues or questions they may be facing. And I guess to summarize, and we went through that customer journey, potential new customer journey, or just now, and some additional project-based services that we can offer our team can suggest is, of course, upgrading you to the newest version of Zabbix, conducted by our support team. Zabbix comes out of the box with plenty of different integrations. and templates. At the same time, we do recognize that maybe a possibility that something is missing, or you have a very specific internal tool that you're using. So whether a template for a type of devices, or potentially an integration with the ticketing system, so that Zabbix would create a ticket internally, or vice versa. And finally, a sponsored development that was mentioned as well. But if you would, if you're using Zabbix for a long time now, and looking for some specific features, we're open to conversations to get this on a roadmap by our engineers.
Well, to summarize the benefits of the entire package of the professional services that is possible, that is available for you, I would say that mainly you receive the tailored approach. We try to also act proactively. We try to follow the proactive approach in offering the services that would fit specifically your needs, specifically your Zabbix instance, your organization, your requirements. And obviously it's very fast, it's very, as I shown before in the response time, it's very cost efficient as well. And yeah, thank you very much for listening, for attending the Zabbix Summit. I hope you enjoy it. If you do have any questions regarding the sales, the professional services that we offer, please visit us at the sales booth, or if it's easier for you, just hit us on at sales@zabbix.com. Thank you very much and enjoy Summit.
Thank you.
Guys, I'm going to ask you to remain on the stage because we have something little for you. A small gift.
Bit of commission for us as well.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Guys. There was actually quite a popular question, which I've heard not only on the summit, but overall. So a lot of people, maybe not yet customers, but Zabbix users, they would like to support Zabbix somehow. They are actually asking if we do have a Patreon page, but maybe you have some advice what they could select to use as a service and also to support Zabbix, like something simple which they could use at any moment they would need.
Yes, I've actually received a similar request some time ago, and basically it's up to the wonderful member of the Zabbix community to choose the service, whether it's maybe a silver support tier or some consultancy hours, which is actually can be useful. Not only it will help us obviously to keep the lights on, but also will be useful for this particular customer, this particular user down the road. Maybe training is a way to go. But in any case, please approach us, let's talk, let's communicate, and we'll find something that's suitable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, so as you have noticed, you have the chance to ask our speakers questions. So for that, sometimes you will see a QR code appear on the screen. You can use it and it will redirect you to the Slido application where you can ask your questions and the speakers will answer. To those of you maybe watching online, we will post a link in the YouTube chat and Telegram and so on. You can also visit our homepage, click on the Explore Agenda to open the Summit page, and then you will see Ask Speaker a Question button. That will redirect you to Slido. All right, next up. By the way, I'm really grateful when people that maybe aren't techies, aren't tech geeks, give us compliments about our trainings. Someone who just does it on the side, for example, our sales guys, right? They don't do Zabbix support and so on, but they still enjoyed, at least from what they told just now, enjoyed Zabbix trainings and learned something new from it. And the next speaker is the person that is responsible for people enjoying our trainings. It's the chief trainer at Zabbix, Kaspars Mednis, and he will tell you about discovering and managing hosts with improved host prototypes. Kaspars, welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so before I start, it's so nice to see you again, actually, yes, after the 3 years. And so, what's for today? For today, we will talk about improvements in Zabbix 6.2 the new host prototypes, yes, the new possibilities, what you can do with host prototypes. But before I start, I think there will be one big question, yes, what are the host prototypes, yes, what are and where we are using them. So basically those prototypes, they are blueprints. They are blueprints, and once you define the blueprint, after that hosts will be created automatically. Sounds wonderful, right? Okay, let's look technically how it works. So you need to know a little bit about the LLD, low-level discovery. Yes, you have a host, you define low-level discovery rule, and then the rule will start discovering. So first, you will find maybe some items, you may find some triggers, you may find some graphs, and you can find some information which may be used to define another host. So basically, you are using a host, you are gathering information, and at the end, you are using this information to create more hosts. Yes, using the host prototype and assigning templates. So this is how it works. How it looks in Zabbix, so you have the LLD, yes, you have all those item trigger prototypes, and also you can define in this column, yes, you can define the host prototypes. And this is how they look. Yes, this is how they look. The host, you define some name, visible name, templates. We will discuss it a little bit later. And this is the final result. Yes, so if everything is defined properly, then host will be discovered after the LLD execution, and you will have a lot of really nice hosts beginning in orange color. Yes, this is the rule which created them, and then you have all those hosts, which more or less work like any other host. Yes, but the bigger benefit is you are not creating them manually. Yes, there is some process which is creating this for you, and you can just sit and enjoy the result. Okay, so example in Zabbix 6.2. This is the host which will be created automatically by Zabbix from the host prototype. And you can see that most of the fields are read-only. Yes, why they are read-only? Because this is how they are defined in the prototype. But what's new? You can see here, and this one is not grayed out, which means you can assign a template, by example. Yes, and there are much more possibilities, which I will explain in next slides. Okay, so first, to create hosts, you need to begin with LLD, yes, and then you need to define the host prototype. So how they are defined? Look here, it's pretty simple. Yes, so you are defining how the host will be created. You need to define a name, optionally a visual name, assign some templates, some host groups, maybe some group prototypes, and based on this, your host will be created. Now, you may ask, what are those hashes? You can see here some hash UID or hash name, so from where they are coming. Those are LLD macros, the low-level discovery macros, which you can use in the host prototypes to define the hosts. Yes, and here you can see an example for VMware. And you may ask, okay, but from where? From where I can get those macros. Yes, and maybe you know, maybe you don't know, but low-level discovery in Zabbix is based on JSON. Yes, so every time you are doing the low-level discovery, you must have some JSON data. And once you have a JSON data, inside the JSON, you can define those macros. Yes, you can see here in a red color an example how the LLD macros are defined. And then, based on such JSON, all the hosts will be created. Yes, you have UID, you have name for one host, and then you have the same information for other hosts also. Additional properties. So Zabbix is constantly improving. Yes, so host prototypes were involved like many versions ago, but they are improving. In version 5, it was possible to define user macros. In 5.2, it was possible to define tags. And you can use LLD macros here, or you can use just some regular data. Yes, but the biggest problem was that those fields were read-only on the host which was created. Yes, you know the problem. So you define the host prototype, and the host prototype created a lot of hosts, but using the same rules. Yes, the rules were the same, and there was no possibility to modify something. Yes, and yes, so Zabbix 6.2 improves this. Also, there is a possibility when you create a host prototype to use the parent interface or to define a custom interface. Yes, because there are different scenarios. Sometimes all the hosts must share the same interface. Sometimes they have different interfaces. Yes, maybe you have Zabbix agents deployed there. Yes, maybe the host you are discovering have Zabbix agent, and then you can assign custom interface and add agent interfaces. Yes, for every of the prototypes. Yes, and not only agent. Yes, any kind of interface can be created. So let's talk about the main topic. What are the improvements here? Yes, so previous versions. Yes, this is previous versions. This is not bad. This is still very useful, but you can see grayed out, template linked, and nothing can be changed. Yes, all the hosts will look the same. So 6.2. First, you can assign a custom template. Yes, maybe you are discovering a lot of hosts, and some hosts has specific applications. Maybe some host will have a database. Maybe some host will have some other service. So the host will be created automatically, and after that you can customize them. Yes, you can add more templates. Yes, like in this example, let's say this machine has some application named Ceph, and yeah, we can assign a template manually. Also, we can adjust tags. Yes, so you can define some common tags on a prototype level, but after those hosts are created, for some machines you can add your own tags. Yes, and this is very important because I think you have noticed that with every next Zabbix versions, tags are becoming more and more important. Yes, so we replaced applications with tags. The business services are fully based on tags. Yes, and you can do many more things with tags. So this feature, which gives you possibility to customize the hosts, is very nice and important. Yes, so this grayed out is coming from the prototype, and then this one, the white one, as you can see here, is just something you added. Next, so you can also play with user macros. Yes, so you will assign a template. The host prototype will inherit everything from the template, but later you can customize it. Yes, you can go to any host created from the prototype, and you can change a password, you can change a port, you can change a threshold, so you can change whatever you need. Yes, so in general, you can assign templates, you can customize tags, and you can change user macros if you need. Yes, change values, or you can add even more macros. Yes. Okay, so I think I gave you some idea what are the host prototypes, yes, so how the hosts are created, how you can modify. Now let's talk a little bit how they are used and how you can use this functionality, yes. So first, let's start again. So you have a host, right? You have a low-level discovery rule. Then you have a host prototype, which is creating hosts for you, right? And on those hosts which are created from the prototype, yes, you can have more low-level discovery. Yes, so basically you have a LLD rule which has a host prototype, which creates hosts, and inside the hosts, another LLD may discover some metrics. Yes, of course, you know, it's not possible to create hosts from host prototypes inside those LLDs. That will be too crazy to manage, yes? But you can see they work like normal hosts and you can discover a lot of things. So what we can offer today is VMware. Yes, so VMware monitoring using host prototypes was introduced already in version 3, or maybe even earlier, yes, but it was here already in version 3, and you know, yes, you have a hypervisor, Zabbix collects data from the hypervisor, and then all your virtual machines will be created automatically. So nothing really new. Okay, what's new is we are focusing more and more on the cloud monitoring. Yes, and you can not only deploy Zabbix using cloud, but you can also monitor your clouds very easily using Zabbix. So there is a template provided by us, which is named Azure by HTTP. Yes, and if you will look closer, you will find that this one has host prototypes, which means you need to create a host, just a single host, which will connect to your Azure instance, and after that, using the host prototypes, all your virtual machines from Azure Cloud will be monitored. Yes, so for every machine, a new host will be created. AWS, yes, the same is implemented for AWS. You can see here an example. Yes, we have the template, AWS by HTTP. So you are monitoring your instance, and you look here, yes, and here are the prototypes. So you have prototypes for AC2 instances, you have prototypes for remote database, and also for something else. Yes, so it's very simple, very simple. One template, one host, and everything will be monitored automatically. And if you need, you can customize something. And Kubernetes, yes, a very hot topic, Kubernetes, the monitoring is implemented in the same way. Yes, all those kubelets, schedulers, control managers, and other things will be created fully automatically. Yes, you need one host, one template. After that, Zabbix will discover, and using the host prototypes, your hosts will be created. And okay, so basically there are no limitations. Yes, the examples which I showed to you today are pretty simple. Yes, so you have some kind of cloud provider or hypervisor, and you are creating hosts. Yes, you are creating hosts automatically, but the host prototypes can be used for other purposes. Yes, because basically you are just creating hosts, and host in Zabbix can be anything. Yes, host is just a container for a data, and maybe if you have a host with 10,000 items, maybe you can split the host in multiple hosts. Yes, just for logical grouping. There are other benefits. Yes, because the hosts created from prototypes, they are like real hosts. Yes, and you can assign permissions, which means maybe you can split them. Maybe some information will be accessible to some users and not accessible to other users. yes, and many other possibilities, yes. So that's all from me for today. And yes, tomorrow we will have a workshop. We will have a workshop very early, and you are very, very welcome. Yes, you are very, very welcome. We will have a simple setup, and I will show you how to create hosts using just some file. Yes, you will have a file, and we will create a host. Everything will be provided by us. You just need to bring your notebook with you. Yes, so bring your notebook. Everything else will be provided by us. Thank you very much.
Kaspars, don't leave yet. Thank you for the great speech and for the workshop tomorrow also. Thank you. All right, so Kaspars already mentioned a workshop. So regarding signing up for workshops, all of attendees should have received an email with a registration link. We resent it a moment ago. When you open that link, you will be able to select which workshop do you wish to register for. We have multiple workshops tomorrow morning at 8:45. So if you haven't received a link for some reason in your mailbox, either find me or some of my colleagues from Zabbix. We will sort it out for you. All right, so we will have a small coffee break now, 30 minutes. And before I let you go, guys, I invite you to visit our sponsor booths. They're right out there. We have multiple sponsors, as you saw, so visit them, chat to them. They're very open for conversation, open discussing some use cases with you and other things. We also have a merch store. So yesterday, already a couple people approached me. They asked me, where can I get this shirt? Where can I get some other Zabbix merch? The merch store is open. You are very much welcome. Browse, peruse, buy, and so on. We also have a photo wall. So remember, you can take pictures with your friends, Zabbix staff. Maybe ask Alexei to take a picture with you. He'll gladly do that. And then share it online on social networks, Facebook, Twitter, Telegram, Reddit maybe also. We have a nice Reddit community. And that's it. I'll see you guys at 12:15. So in 30 or so minutes. Back at 12:15. Enjoy.
So it looks like y'all fixed it.
Hi guys, I'm Marina and normally I'm the head of documentation at Zabbix, but today I will be your eyes, legs and ears, helping you feel this vibrant atmosphere that we have here today. So let's go check what's going on around. Let's go. Turn around.
То есть мы данные не пишем, они локально остаются.
A bit later, okay. Let's go talk to Quadrata. Yeah, I will ask questions and you'll need to answer them. So,
Okay.
so we have Quadrata, our platinum sponsor here, and what did you guys brought here to the conference today? What have you brought here to the conference? What's
yeah.
the main solution you'd like us to know about?
Yeah, we have a support solution to a central station to manage several Zabbix installation, and so we would like to present it.
Okay, so what's the most challenging case you can help people with?
Yeah, for example, if you have several Zabbix installation, you can manage them in a central dashboard and see if there are performance problem or if your Zabbix installation is not available completely remotely in the cloud.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I know it's far not the first time you participate in Zabbix Summits.
Sorry?
What time you participate in Zabbix Summit this year?
What?
What time? What Zabbix Summit? How many Zabbix Summits have you participated in?
Since 2014.
2014?
Yeah.
Wow, that's really nice. Like a long-term partner. And is this summit slightly different from what we have before?
Sorry.
Is this summit slightly different?
Yeah, it's of course it's a lot of bigger, but I think the spirit is the same.
The spirit doesn't change.
Yeah.
Okay, good to see you here. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, let's see people enjoying their coffee break here. And I think this IntelliTrend booth is also getting really popular. Let's check it out. Excuse me? Can we have a quick word with you? Hi, Wolfgang.
Yeah.
So you guys have this very big Intellimon board here. Can you tell us what it means?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, by the way, for asking. Yeah, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Nice to see you here.
Yeah. So basically, the idea started a couple of years ago, and the community, people, our clients and customers were always asking for like for like a mobile application, so you get it information at your fingertips, so to say. Yeah. And after like 3 years development work with a couple of people, we finally managed to do this. So we created an application that can use on top of the Zabbix front end and gives the user the advantage that he can see most of the stuff, what's happening in the Zabbix environment right away on the mobile. So basically, that's what we're doing here.
Oh, so that's really nice. And is this application already available?
Yes, yes. We spent hard. We were working hard on that one, and we made it available on the Apple App Store and on the Google Play Store. So both of them have that available. Yeah. And we gave a commitment as premium partner that we will continue to actually support this app in the future. Yeah.
I think that's really amazing. And can you tell us a bit more about the values that drive you forward?
Yeah. So
what are the key values that drive you forward? That's what's behind the company philosophy, you know?
You mean, do you mean behind IntelliTrend or behind the application?
What helps you move forward? What helps you achieve these goals?
Okay, yeah. So really, we are looking forward to be, I think we are still in a good shape to be considered as an expert in network monitoring, and really we like to continue to focus in this area, also with Zabbix, of course, and we see the paradigm, the change in IT, something what Alexei made in his speech today, like going into cloud environments, have machine learning stuff on your hand, and all these sort of things. Yeah? So that is what drives us. That is where we are going to continuously increase our expertise and offer this to the customer finally.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah.
It was a great interview. Thanks. See you around.
Bye.
Let's go see what else is happening here.
Can you tell me everything before we start filming?
We're already filming.
We're already filming. Right.
So you guys just came to Riga from Spain last night. How do you find the weather in Riga? What do you think about the weather here?
I'm sorry, come again?
So what do you think about the weather in Riga? Is it chilly for you?
No, the weather is really fine. We came really late yesterday, but we are really enjoying the meeting right now. You know, the summit. It's good to be again here in person after the COVID, after so many times being online. Right now, we're really enjoying it.
That's great. And what are the best services you can help Zabbix customers or Zabbix Summit attendees with?
Well, speaking about our clients, you know, I think it is key that we understand that technology itself has not a value. It's about what technology can do for the business. And in our case, you know, for most of our clients, what they want to do, they want inner peace. They want to understand that their business is running and their infrastructure is working. So that is, I think, where Zabbix came in and where we as partners can help, right? Where we can ensure that our clients know at every time what's going on with their IT infrastructure, and they can, you know, rest and ensure that their business is running. So we work a lot. We are the main partner from Zabbix in Spain. We're also the training center in Spain. So technically we work a lot with different kind of companies. We work with retail companies, bank, financial institutions, public administrations, and Zabbix is really growing. I mean, the market is really understanding the value of this open source solution, but with a corporate support.
Okay, and what would be the most challenging project you have worked at? The biggest project, the biggest?
Yes. Well, I can tell you one of our clients is probably one of the top fashion retail companies in the world. They have operations in more than 90 countries, and we currently are, you know, managing more than 300,000 hosts there. And Zabbix has been proved to be a really great solution in this case. And we're trying to go farther there, you know, not just about monitoring, but you can imagine this client have stores, many stores, they spread across the 5 continents, and they not only want to monitor systems, they also want to ensure this business is running. So we have managed to add, you know, some specific software we have developed on top of Zabbix, so that they can also turn into automatic fixing the problems they have with the infrastructure. So this is a really big project, and the client is very happy with that. The fact that they can keep evolving and evolving with the new features, and the fact that Zabbix is able to scale so well, that it's really appreciated by the clients.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
All right, so it's time to continue. I hope you enjoyed the break. I hope you rested up. We had some nice pastries, I think some fruits, tea, coffee, water, whatever else outside. I feel a bit refreshed myself. So, if you remember at the beginning of this year's summit, I mentioned that Zabbix is very global. We have partners, community members, customers, fans, all over the globe. So our next speaker is a premium partner from China. And let's welcome Cindy Liu, CSO from Grandage, and she will talk about Zabbix in China. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for Zabbix Summit having me today, and thank you for your attention for the following 15 minutes. I will walk you guys through the journey we have been through in China for the last 6 years.
Okay, we have some technical difficulties. 1 second. All good.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. It's a 14 hours flight from Shanghai, China, where we are, coming here to Riga, Latvia, and plus 10 days quarantine once we land to the country when we back. But it's all well deserved because I'm so happy, so excited to meet you guys here. I mean, everybody experienced a little bit tough time in the last 2 or 3 years, but now we are here all together. That's the best, beautiful thing that we can celebrate and enjoy. So we started from 2016, the collaboration. At that time, I think there are already users in China. They are fans, they are really following the Zabbix, but they don't know who they can talk to in Chinese, in Mandarin. So we are here, we start to educate the market, we start to nourish the market. So what do we have done? So first of all, in China, we think the first important thing that we need to do is how to let people know Zabbix as a very reliable tool and an open source tool, but it's also in the public image, it's really kind of people can trust. So we start to build a brand, build an image by attending a lot of national level events. So we have the presence in one of the biggest expo, the Shanghai Import Expo. And we also invited by the Latvia government to represent the enterprise as a representative of the Latvia enterprises in all of those events in their Latvia booth. And of course, we have other events that we try to make ourselves very presentable there. So I think from that moment, we already make a very big step in terms of building our public image. Then we have this Zabbix conferences that we held in different part of China. Later, I will also explain to you a little bit more about the landscape in China. So basically, starting from 2016, it was just like a half-day event, but we also have Alexei joined us at that time. Then we have the 6th consecutive Zabbix events that we held in different cities of China. So you can see the number of the attendees keep increasing. Until the moment the pandemic started, we have a little bit smaller group of people joining us, but we are still proud that we keep that event on site for the last 6 years. And for 2022, we are also planning the December one to happen very soon. Yeah. Okay, so I think it's also very important for us to keep connected with our users via the online community today. So we basically developed 15 WeChat group. You guys can think like a WhatsApp group. So every group will have 500 people being there. So in total, we have more than 7,000 people, very much connected on a daily basis. So what we can do from there, we have like a lot of information sharing about the real problem, the real case you are having on your day-to-day life. People ask the questions, and people help each other, just like a family, like everybody sitting here, right? So we have webinars on a monthly basis. So every month we will have the topic published on the website, so people know if or not they will join. And every week, I think the Thursday evening, we have about a 2-hour session that our engineers will be there to answer the questions from anybody in that social group. So we also keep very close with our users and fans also offline, because we believe this in-person touch is so important. So we have the meetup, the smaller scale meetup meetings, also in different cities that we are launching those kind of things. And also for us, we think it's very important to have the localization part. So we have this Zabbix menu, very much translated by the users from the community, 100% from English to Chinese. So people can easily refer to the menu, even without knowing English, right? So it's very convenient for people. We also have this book. We have a book written by the Zabbix fans. We published it, and we received a lot of good reviews from whoever bought the book. Yeah, I think Alexei also gives this appreciation and the reward to all the people who are participating in the translation of the menu, Zabbix menu, as you can see from one of the photos. Okay, now I would also like to share a little bit about the training that's happening in China today. So today we have, you see the numbers of the participants. I think more than 500 people participated in the trainings, and 400 out of them are certified. Under the leadership of Kaspars. So we have now a good trainer team in China. Since he conducted the first English-based training, now we have 3 trainers in China who are certified to conduct the trainings there. So that helps a lot for us really to improve the participation rate. Yeah. So as a consequence, we are also seeing that today the technical support that we can provide to the clients are also in a very good shape. So we have now close to 50 or 47 clients that they bought the technical support service from Zabbix. What do we have done? Other than the tours we are having, I know Anton and Yuri shared the package that from the Zabbix side, but for China, we also add 3 pieces in order to promote the technical support. The first thing is the 24/7, the real-time support. It's more like WhatsApp. So you have the contact of the engineers, and they can respond to you. I won't say 5 minutes, but just real time. And then we also have this out-of-box templates we shared with them, so they can take it easily to use them immediately in their work. Last but not least, we also bound the trainings and also our events for free. So it's kind of an attraction for them to really take this kind of additional value-added service. I think like a couple of years ago, when we start to think about the technical support, we would think, oh, it's not possible to do that kind of thing in China, because the clients are so spoiled. So they want to see the engineer face-to-face. They want to talk to you, like, give me your solution. I want to make a phone call. It's so troublesome, things like that. But I think we made it. So now we are having those 47 clients, And I want to say that all of them are very impactful in China. You can see where they are located. Actually, they are very much like aligned with the economic development states in China. It's along the coastal area. I can name some big guys for you, like the commercial bank. We have a lot of big names who are really ranked on the top of the World Bank list. They are today as our technical support clients, so like the China Agricultural Bank, Bank of China, and such on. We also trying to work with the non-commercial bank, which are also big names in China, so they can become very good reference for other commercial bank or the smaller guys. So like the China Development Bank, the New Development Bank, and such on. And we are not just in the bank area, we are also work with the insurance companies. We also work with the electronics and the application companies. The airlines is also a very important sector for us to work together with. Telecoms companies like China Telecoms and retail companies like Walmart, eBay, and Parkson in China, and other clients from like automobile industry. Even you can tell Starbucks in China and Coke in China, they are also purchasing the technical support from Zabbix China. Okay, just maybe you are curious how big the user base we are having today in China. The only thing I can tell you is that the users that from China who are downloading their Zabbix today, actually, I think that's the biggest group across the world. So indeed, from there, we really think that there's a lot of opportunities ahead of us for us to run after, to pursue. Okay, so just quick catch-up, recap of the numbers I just mentioned. So we having like more than 16,000 subscribers, and we have 7,000 like online community members who are very actively interacting with us on Zabbix every day. We have, I think, more than 2,000. Sorry, I cannot see that. Webinars conducted. 2,000 people attended our webinars in the past years, and we have 400 trainees, and 400 out of them got certified, and we have 47 clients nowadays are with us with the technical support. So needless to mention how important partners are playing the role into all those achievements we are sharing today. So we have developed almost like more than 50 partners today in China. I think maybe following our counterparts in Brazil, in Japan, we are also having a very big network of partners. For those partners, we kind of work very closely with them. I can give you an example, like the training. When we are conduct the training, basically we will reach out the partners in that specific region. So ask them to join us to organize the training together, so they can have a very good exposure to whoever participates in the training, and from there they can really receive good sales leads or opportunities. Okay. So before I close my sharing today, like I mentioned earlier, we will have the Zabbix 2022 China conference in December, basically December 2nd and the 3rd. I'm not sure how the situation will be at that time in terms of the travel restrictions, but if possible, you are mostly welcome to join us, or from the online live stream broadcasting. Anywhere you can reach out to us. Yeah. So thank you very much. That's my sharing for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you. Thank you, and thanks for the Zabbix community in China. Large contributors, large fans, always nice seeing those. So yeah, like I said, we're super international here, right? We just had a speaker from all the way from China. And next up is also a person that has spent some time to fly in over here. Our next speaker is all the way from Brazil. And the next speaker is going to be covering a very interesting use case. We'll be talking about leveraging Zabbix trend functions, a relatively new feature, for network monitoring, anomaly detection, and enhanced visibility. So stay tuned. We will see some very, very interesting use cases for those of you who want to do baseline monitoring, use trend functions, and so on. Let's welcome on the stage Paulo Deolindo, Zabbix trainer from Unirede, Brazil. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? I think yes. So, I'm glad to be here. I really hope you enjoyed this wonderful event, just like me. So, have some time restriction. Let's proceed to the presentation right now. Today, I'll talk about how Zabbix can help us understand what's going on the network, using some new Zabbix trend functions applied to some network traffic data, in this case, Netflow data, and then generate or improve some network visibility for network administrators by example. Okay? So, let me introduce the issue. Most people I talk to about monitoring share the same question. How can I get some network visibility on my company? How can I monitor my network environment, my network infrastructure? I have no idea where I start. Please give some tips. So, after this short conversation, after some research, these professionals decide, I'm going to use Zabbix. In fact, you know, Zabbix is free, Zabbix is easy. We know we can download and install Zabbix in a few minutes, create some hosts, or let Zabbix discover them, or create with using LLG for hosted prototypes, and apply some out-of-the-box templates, and like magic, metrics will appear. In fact, it's too easy, but what's the first result? The first result is an operational layer monitoring, and it can be very, very useful. But these professionals, I think, network administrators, needs a bit more. They need a tactical layer monitoring, because they're looking for network behavior. Don't only bits and bytes. Bits and bytes can say too much for us about network behavior, but we need to know how to use it. Okay? So after this briefing, our mission here is very, very clear now. We need to create some tactical layer monitoring and improve network visibility for all professionals. Okay? In the end of this presentation, we will have both an operational layer monitoring and a tactical layer monitoring. I divide this presentation into a few topics to try to speak in a didactic way. So during this presentation, we have a small slices of pieces of information until the final assembly to the final puzzle. Let's start. Contextualizing, what do I really need to monitor on an IT infrastructure environment? Commonly, I've been looking for and monitoring some components of this operational layer of this infrastructure, like CPUs, memories, network interfaces, some resources like bytes consumptions, percentage consumptions, incoming and outgoing traffic. It's an okay monitoring, but it's not enough. So when I think about network traffic specifically, I need to talk about Netflow. But remember, this presentation is not about Netflow. It's about how Zabbix can help us understand network behavior using Netflow applying some new trend functions to Netflow data and understand network behavior. So in the future, it will bring to light some unknown behaviors on our network. Okay, let me introduce a simple scenario. Here you have a common component network, some users on computers, smartphones, tablets. These users need to consume internal services. Sometimes the services are on the internet. In this case, they need to go through a firewall or a router. And in the future, these devices, firewall and router, by example, will be the key to export Netflow data to Zabbix. We can discuss this implementation maybe on the party, not now. But from this moment, Zabbix already can read, store, analyze, show some information in graphs. In fact, a very, very nice implementation. Let's talk about ordinary data. What does ordinary data means in this case? Remember, before this implementation, Zabbix knew something about incoming traffic, outgoing traffic, other metrics, ordinary data. But now, let's check a part of this implementation. So, this full print screen is a part of this implementation. This is the beginning of the tactical layer monitoring. Here, I'm seeing some information about sources and destinations, packets, flows, and bytes sent or received to or by a specific device. A very nice implementation. Let's take a closer look. Bytes by source, packets by source, flows by source, and the same information about destination. A very nice implementation, but remember, ordinary data, because it's Netflow with Zabbix. So, on the right, additional information. A 5-tuple concept that involves a row of values that involves source and destination IP, source and destination ports, and usage protocol in these communications, and additional information like flows, packets, and bytes. Okay, here we have some very, very interesting, very nice implementation. Bytes consumption by service, considering all network discovery services using LLD. Very, very quickly, in green frame, you have a specific service. You can manage other services here, like DNS consumption. So, total bytes received on the network on yesterday. In blue frame, received today so far. When I compare both, I have a percentage change. So, the beginning of the tactical layer monitoring tells me something about network behavior. Very nice implementation. Very quickly, here, in a purple frame, we have the first change function in action, retrieved average bytes received in the previous hour. Here, last minute, and here a very nice implementation, a percentage consumption for this service considering all network services on the network. Very nice implementation, but again, ordinary data. So, what's new? We need to talk about extraordinary data. What does extraordinary data means? I think extraordinary data, in this case, is a simple concept that invites us to think about new metrics that can be generated using old data received by Zabbix in the past. By example, to calculate a baseline monitoring, standard deviation monitoring, and anomaly rate detection. Right? Let's see. Please don't worry about amount of frames, amount of colors, amount of pieces of information. Can be very, very confusing. So please, just focus on the first line and the first graph in this case, because the rest is the same information but aggregated by different protocols, but it's doing the same thing like first line here. I will explain details in next slides. Again, very, very quickly, bytes received all network different the previous one. It's related to all bytes received. Doesn't matter what kind of service I talk about. And bytes received yesterday, again, percentage change, and I compare both. Very, very simple. I calculated item, but a very, very nice implementation, the beginning of the tactical layer monitoring. And here, very, very quickly, we have 3 frames using trend average functions to start. Bytes received for in the previous hour, not last hour until now, previous hour, last full hour, because it's based on trend cache. Here, standard deviation indicator. Let me explain details in next slides here. And finally, anomaly rate. And I will pass like a kind of X-ray to explain this in details right now. Before, let's talk about baseline, a briefing. I have a question. How can I predict what to receive? Using baseline monitoring. Remember, over time, Zabbix has receiving some values, and using a specific calculated item, baseline WMA, I can see what's next. A kind of prediction in Zabbix, a statistical implementation, very nice. And about standard deviation, remember, Zabbix has receiving some values, baseline is calculating what Zabbix is expecting to receive, but instead, Zabbix can receive some different. So this difference can be represented in the future by standard deviation indicator. Okay? And finally, anomaly rate. What's anomaly rate? A simple way to understand anomaly rate is a way to detect some anomalies on the network based on the number of deviations found in a detection period. Just a briefing, I will explain details in next slides. So, let's talk about baseline, oh, too dangerous. Next, baseline monitoring now. What are you seeing here? The blue line is indicating what Zabbix is expecting to receive, while the purple bar is indicating what Zabbix is receiving in fact. Okay? Clearly, something is wrong. Zabbix is expecting to receive at about 40 megabytes, while it's receiving here at about 2 megabytes. What's wrong? I have no idea. But remember, before this implementation, I was completely blind. But now I have something to investigate. So, more questions than answers. But a very nice implementation here. I think it's a network administration dream. Expected bytes and received bytes are very, very similar. It's so crazy, I think, but for this use case, it's true. So, an X-ray. Look here. I'm using a relative time shift to browse in data timeline and calculate what Zabbix is expected to receive for the previous hour, considering 7 days like a seasonality. Here, because baseline monitoring is based on averages, remember, trend cache, so I'm talking about the previous last full hour and not last hour until now. So just to explain, I'm considering this time, but observing 7 days, the same hour over 7 days, just browsing a data timeline. Okay. And here, just to explain why using a trend average and not average function. It's very simple. It's not fair to create a baseline monitoring considering history values, not consolidated yet, like average bytes, but here I already have this information. So it's easy to compare both, what's expecting and what's received, but both values considering average. Okay. Standard deviation. You know this image. This is a common image that can be found on the internet. And remember, was the received value the expected value? So, if my received value is closer than expected value, standard deviation here is closer to 0. Otherwise, it's far from 0, like here. So this purple frame is indicating standard deviation for this use case monitoring. A simple item value widget, but you can create a graph to analyze standard deviation evolution or involution. It can be very, very important. Using the same logic, just use it in baseline WMA monitoring. It means for the previous hour, considering 7 days like a seasonality. Again, another X-ray, just to explain this retrieval value, considering this time, this hour, and other average bytes, and semi-hour over 7 days. These values will be used to calculate standard deviation and result in this value. Very nice implementation, in fact. Here we have our puzzle. Let me think. Expecting to receive, indicating by blue line. Purple bar, what Zabbix is receiving in fact. Clearly, there's some difference. This difference can be represented by standard deviation monitoring. Makes sense. Again, a kind of prediction based on average, a statistical implementation needs some investigation and a correct implementation. Let me back. Look here, 0 bytes. Look here, 0 bytes. Is it true? I don't know. It's just a use case. But these values are reflected in this calculation. So, investigation. Okay? So, finally, anomaly rate. Remember, the simple way to understand anomaly rate is a way to detect some anomalies on the network based on the number of deviations found in a detection period. Okay. Here, I'm using trend STL function based on trend function, observing 24 hours, looking for the number of deviations that reached 2 deviations. And a detection period is not here, is here. It means I'm looking for the number of deviations considering this entire period, last day, 20 hours ago, until now, using this algorithm. Okay. An X-ray, again, just to check some possible algorithms, and here, what I'm using. I will not explain. I think it's another talk, maybe, to explain in details how these algorithms works. So next time, I think. But here we have like something 30% of anomaly rate. It means considering this detection period and these parameters, 30% of the received values can be considered not normal. A question, am I in trouble? Maybe yes, maybe not, I don't know, because it depends on your business rule. It's a simple use case. I can say you are trouble or not trouble. But look here, the last simple graph analyzing anomaly rate evolution or involution. Again, I don't know if 30% of the values represent some problem, but clearly something is happening every day at about 6 p.m. So, what's happened? Again, before this implementation, I was completely blind, but now I have something to investigate. And I think network administrators will be very, very happy with this information, I think. Okay. Very, very quickly conclusion. In this use case, I just used a short time to observe something and calculate something. Just a use case, educational purpose only, okay? So, you must translate your business rules to a trusted formula to calculate something here. Okay, again, building some graph to analyze standard deviation evolution. I think our goal was achieved. Zabbix can treat Netflow data. We can create some tactical layer monitoring using baseline monitoring, standard deviation monitoring, and anomaly rate detection to improve or generate some network visibility. Okay. Challenge from this moment. I just didn't create some triggers to fire because just a use case. Again, you need to translate your business rule in a trusted formula, trusted triggers to reflect your real-life scenario on your company, by example. Please, if you don't use Zabbix.plus yet, make a plan and start, because Zabbix Standard Functions, very, very nice implementation. Thank Zabbix for that. And okay, we need evolution. I think this is it. Remember, operational layer monitoring is the first result of some off-the-box templates that can be assigned to any host. But we can't stop here. We need to evolve, and if you don't find a feature that help you, just extend Zabbix, like this implementation here. Okay, again, more questions than answers, because this implementation bring to the light some unknown behaviors, from completely blind to something to investigate. I think this is it. Thanks so much. Continue to enjoy the summit.
Thank you. Thank you a lot for a great use case. The presentations will be available after the summit. There's a lot to explore in this year's presentation at your own pace. So those will be available alongside with the recordings. All right, moving on, another use case. Unfortunately, our next speaker can't be here with us, but we do have a recording. So next up, we will have a recorded speech covering VMware, Zabbix VMware features, how they have evolved over time, and a use case of what can be achieved with Zabbix VMware monitoring. So let's welcome Dimitri Bellini, CEO at Quadrata Service Group, with enterprise scale VMware monitoring with Zabbix.
Hello and good afternoon to all the participants. I'm Dimitri Bellini, CEO of Quadrata Service Group, a premium partner for Italy and now also for the United Arab Emirates. I'm very sorry not to be here with you, but you can ask to my colleague directly to our Quadrata booth outside the hall. Thank you. So we can start from the beginning. Zabbix have a VMware integration from a long time, but we encountered multiple, I don't want to say problems, but I don't know how we can say. So, Zabbix VMware integration inside Zabbix is an agentless integration. So you don't need to create or install some other different tool. It's very easy. It's based on SOAP API and it's so-called out of the box because you can use the already provided VMware template and you can start monitoring your infrastructure. What do you need? A few parameters: the user name, the password, and URL to connect to your vCenter or hypervisor directly. So it's very, very easy. But if we come in a real-life enterprise scenario, you have some different behaviors, no? Usually, if we look to a simple VMware installation, you have 100 VMs and some small number of hypervisor. But if we install in a Zabbix in an enterprise environment, usually you can have to monitoring near 1,000, 2,000, 4,000 of VMs and 100 of hypervisor. And you have to provide some specific monitoring based on a specific DB server application or web services, or you have to keep an eye on the snapshot and maybe you need to check the VMware tools installed on any single VMs. So what we have until Zabbix.0? We can monitoring VMware cluster without problems. Yes, because we can monitor many metrics. We can collect information coming from the data store, from the hypervisor, and directly from the vCenter. And also all the simple metrics that are coming from the VMs, so CPU, memory, and file system. But we can have a single IP address coming from the vCenter for all the discovered entities, so VMs and hypervisor. This was the first constraint on the first implementation of VMware inside Zabbix. And most of the configuration options are read-only, except for enable, disabling the host or the inventory. And Discover host cannot have host prototype of their own. So we have some limitation until Zabbix 5.0. And also the number of LLD macros was not so huge. We have a very small number, and in this way we don't have so many flexible during the discovery of the VMs or the hypervisor itself. If we look to the old dashboard of Zabbix 5.0, you can see very easily that all the host, discovered host, or hypervisor have a single IP address, and this single IP address is based on the vCenter host. So all the discovered entities will be inherit the IP address of the vCenter. So it is a huge limitation. If we go inside the discovered host here, you can see that most of the parameters are locked, and there are not so many ways to change the discovered host. Okay, this is what we have till 5.0. Some example of the metrics that are coming from the VMware integration, so a good number, no? the basic information for the VMs, but also some very nice metrics about memory or storage. So it's good amount of metrics, okay? And now in 5.2 and 5.4 we have a good number of advancement, because now we can have a dedicated interface for every discovered VMs, and finally we can have an out-of-the-box VMware FQDN template. So we can start to monitoring also the metrics coming from the Zabbix agent in active mode. And now we have solved some issue. So we can directly monitoring hypervisor using a simple ping because we have a dedicated interface. We can add Zabbix agent monitoring to a discovered host, and no more two hosts for the same VM, because in the beginning one host is used for VMware integration, only for the collected metrics coming from the VMware integration. And if we want to extend the metrics for an host, we need to create another one and provide a dedicated interface or a DNS and start to monitoring using the Zabbix agent. But keep in mind that if the guest host name is not accessible, then VM will not be discovered, because if you are using the VMware FQDN, you need an FQDN inside your host. So if there is no FQDN, you cannot monitor it. Powered off VMs or without a VM tool installed will not be discovered, because some information are coming from the VMware tools. So keep in mind. So new possibilities, but still some problem. No more duplicated hosts, and this is a very important feature. But and also it's now possible to link a specific template based on VM operating system using override rules during the host prototype creation. So I think it's a good feature, but no easy way to associate a specific template according to VM rolled and installed services. What does it mean? Means we cannot have application monitoring. So we cannot link a MySQL or Postgres template directly to my host coming from VMware Discovery at the moment. Possible workaround for specific application monitoring is not what we suggest, is ugly. We need it for our customer, for a specific customer, and we use a JavaScript preprocessor to advance or to extend some information during the host prototype discovery. It's a very tricky solution and also can create performance penalty. And you must also know that during the preprocessing step, you have some timeout limitations. So we want to show here, but we don't suggest to go with this kind of solution. How we achieve our goal? We discover the VM using the standard FQDN template. We change the software field inside the VM inventory of the discovered host. We modify the preprocessor JavaScript in the VM discovery, and using some override rule in order to associate a specific template, we can change automatically, we are seeing automatically the right template. So here is what we have changed inside the host inventory, so the software field. In this case, we need the fleet template. And here, some stripped down JavaScript that we use inside the discovery to extend the information during the host prototype discovery. And here, the override rules, okay? It's not so complicated because, as you can see here, is using a custom LLD macro that and try to match a regular expression, and using some operation inside the override, we can assign the right template. Okay, so it's easy, but not so nice. Okay, the final result, it's here. The discovered host now have the right template based on the information coming from the inventory. So can be an idea, but I will suggest to use something more nice solution. And now in Zabbix 6.2 we have a huge number of advancements. First of all, you can finally add a custom text to your host prototype VMs. You can change or add custom macros, and it's very useful. Think about when you add a new template and you have to change some macros. You can add finally a custom template after the discovery. We have also the new feature of VMware tags for the hypervisor, for the VMs, for the data center, for the cluster, and so on. But keep in mind that it is available only after VMware 7.0.2 and in Zabbix 6.2.2. Okay. And some more discovery related to the distributed virtual switch of VMware. So a huge number of new features, but is not only. We finally able to obtain information of the snapshot related to the VMs and VMware tools status and information, and I think it's very important because you can use this information directly in the VM discovery. Why? Because as you can see, now we have a huge number of LLD macro for the VM discovery, and you can use or combine these macros to filter or to provide much more granular creation of your VMs. And here we have the host detail from the discovered host. As you can see here, we have multiple parameters now, a dedicated interface, a host name based on the FQDN host name. We can also change or add a new template. We can also add, finally, some macros or change some macros that are inherited from a template, and some more goals are achieved in 6.2. As I mentioned before, now we can have the tags coming from VMware, and most of our customers are using tags or custom attributes to extend the information inside VMware. And we can use this information to automate something inside Zabbix. Think about to automated template association or to specify a specific template for some VMs compared to some other. So a good opportunity to have a better VMware monitoring out of the box. We can now change some specific detail on host prototype, as I mentioned before, no custom macro and template. No more dual host for a single VM, so all the metric coming from VMware and from the Zabbix agent or what you want can be in the same host. Extended VMware metrics, as I mentioned before, we can use snapshot and we have multiple information coming from the snapshot. We can also use the information coming from VMware tools installed on the VMs. And in general speaking, we have a better component organization because now we can use the folder or resource pool coming from the VMware vCenter, okay? So you can use this information to organize inside Zabbix your VMs. So the final question is, can we monitoring enterprise-grade VMware installation easily and with the needed detail level? Yes, we can now using Zabbix. Some more slides that I want to show you because it's very common. This question, how we can monitor in the snapshot of virtual machine. And as you can see here, some example, the number of snapshot, the last execution, the total sites. So this is the common question coming from our customer, no? And here you have the JSON because you can create what you need, okay? Because it's a JSON, so you can arrange based on your needs a new item using this information. And what I mentioned before, we can use VMware tags for automation. And here we have an example, no? We use the LLD macro that are coming from the host discovery, and we extract some information here because we want to catch some, in this case is a custom attribute, but is similar when we talk about tags, and we want to collect some information coming from this tag here inside this LLD macro. And based on this LLD macro, we can create some condition and some operation that in this case is able to link a specific template. So I think it's very, very useful feature inside Zabbix. And some more fancy stuff. The dashboard. In 6.0 we see some good improvement, and maybe in 6.4 we can see some more new widget inside Zabbix. Some other example here, much more detailed on the storage side or on the build or operating system, but you can create what you want. Now we have a good number of widgets inside Zabbix to create a fancy new dashboard. Future interesting advancement, I think for all related discovery we need the LLD rule output, because most of the time when you create a discovery you want to see what Zabbix have discovered. So please Zabbix bring on in the next Zabbix release this feature. And some small issue in the already provided VMware template, we are not able to monitoring the hypervisor sensor state. But it's very easy to solve, and maybe Zabbix will update the template very soon. And now a special thanks to Zabbix here for the new Zabbix functionalities, and also to Michael Wexler to supporting us during the development of VMware feature and to discuss on what we need and also what the community asks to Zabbix here. And also special thanks to Angelo Porta that helped me to create this slide. And thank you to all to listen me. And I want to say, if you need much more detail, please ask to my colleague at Quadrata booth outside the hall. Thank you very much, and we will see next year here in Riga. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Dimitri. Hopefully you or Angelo or other colleagues are watching online and you can see that, yeah, we really did enjoy the presentation, a very nice use case. I think many people are not aware regarding the changes that Zabbix has brought to VMware monitoring, how flexible it is now. So this is an extremely useful example and a use case how people can use the latest versions and improve their VMware monitoring. So we've talked about native features quite a bit. But one of the sort of more discussed, let's say, integrations or ways how people want to integrate Zabbix is enabling Netflow monitoring with Zabbix. And our next speech, enabling Netflow monitoring on Zabbix 6.0 with H5 Flow integration, will cover just that. So let's welcome Frederic Gillois from H5 Network. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, thank you to everybody here. So I want to thank Zabbix for this opportunity to present our technology. And first I would like to thank one of my colleagues because he got an accident on the beginning of the week. Frederic Rivart is in the hospital, so I'm doing the presentation in replacement. I was not supposed to do the presentation, but I do it right now. So, okay, so H5 beforehand, a few words about what we are doing. H5 Network, that's a French company founded in 2009. So our job is this is an R&D company, we're a software vendor. And so we are based in Pessac, Bordeaux, Pessac-Léognan. Most of you must know it's a famous French wine. Okay. And we are making solutions to look at the network. So we have different solutions in the company. One is called H5 Flow, which is a Netflow S-Flow collectors. So we collect data from Netflow S-Flow level 3 equipment, which sends Netflow traffic. So we are able to go to 100,000 flow per minute. So we have the capacity to follow a huge quantity of traffic. This is the first product. We have also small boxes that we can put on the network. It is a small form factor solution when Netflow is not available on the equipment. In some case, you have level 3 equipment, so you can get Netflow S-Flow tickets. But in certain cases, you cannot do it because you don't have the possibility to collect this information from the router or for the switch. So what we do in that case, we put a small box between the router and the switch, and this box makes Netflow tickets. Okay? Also, we have big probes. Our probes, we call that big probe network performance management, which is probes which make metrics about the network and the application. So we can do monitoring, but also we can do performance measurement on the network. And also we can do packet capture. Packet capture is a pickup trace on the network. It can be very useful when we need to have on a past event, you want to get the packet and bring the packet to a security guys in case of security issue, in case of performance application issue. This is one big, this is a big activity in the company. We have the capacity to follow 40 gig links with 8 million packets per second. With big data center, when they have big link, we look at the network on this big link. Another case here, I don't know if some of you are familiar with that. We are following the EGNOS Galileo system, satellite European system, and we look at the satellite multicast. So we develop a solution to look at to multicast traffic to see if there is no loose packet on the network for the European Space Agency. Okay. This is few box and product we are working on in the company. We have different customers, so as mentioned, some of them are Airbus Defence and Space, which is a big customer we are working with, okay? Generally, Allianz, NATO, okay? And company, Electricity, Safran, which is a French company, and we have few telco also, like Orange, but we have a few MTM. I don't know if there is South African in the place, no? No. South African, you know, if some of you are familiar with rugby, this is a sponsor of the South African rugby team. It's a big operator in South Africa. What is Netflow? So we already mentioned Netflow in a previous presentation. So I would like to explain how Netflow can help you when you get Netflow data into Zabbix. So Netflow is used when you want to do network monitoring. Okay. What we get normally with Zabbix, you get information about SNMP information. You get information from SNMP, from router, from switch for equipment, and this information goes into Zabbix environments. And with that information, you get information about router availability. You can have information about CPU, RAM, drops, etc. And sometimes you get information about throughput per interface. So you get this coming there. And the problem we have in some case, or when the customer asks or IT manager or network engineer, he say, okay, I got the throughput, but I would like to know which application, you know, which IP, which TCP UDP ports, which conversation is running on my network. So when you activate Netflow on the router, the network can export data about this router here, and you export the tickets to a collectors, as these tickets will be extracted by the system, and we will get a lot of information about the IP, which protocol, which conversation is running on my network, who is talking to whom on the link. So this is like if you had small probe on every link, and you got this information coming to this environment. So when you activate Netflow on the router, all this router will send traffic Netflow to some Netflow collector engine. This is a specific software we developed. It's the engine which collects the packets, which collects the Netflow packets, integrates the packet into a database. And this, we do it for all the packets which are coming. I mentioned the slide before, 500,000 flow per second. This is the quantity of traffic that we can follow at the moment. Okay. So these collectors here support Netflow for Cisco standard, but also S-Flow, because some of the equipment which are deployed on the network are working with Netflow, some of them are working with S-Flow. We don't mind. We collect Netflow traffic and S-Flow traffic. Okay. So there is an unlimited device interface. It's not a software which works per interface. We collect the traffic. If you have 100 interface, 1,000 interface, we don't mind. It is a quantity of traffic that we will proceed, which will be generate here and calculate here. So what we get, we aggregate Netflow ticket to conversation, and we can have a 1 to 1 year data retention. I mean, in that box, virtual box, we have a database, and you go by in the past and check specific length, specific IP during 1 year. with the granularity of 1 minute for 30 months, for 30 days, and with 5 minutes during 6 months. Okay? After that, what we did, so normally we provide a solution here. This is a probes, or this is equipment with our proper GUI, with Java GUI, and with HTTP GUI to present our data. In that specific case, with Zabbix, so we developed something called collector engine, which is just an engine which collects the packets with the proper database. And with this full res connector that we developed, we can send all that metrics stored in the VM to that Zabbix. So you don't need to have another box. You can put everything in the VMware environment, and you have your Netflow collector engine and the full REST connector, the something called a plugin. We call that a plugin, which sends the traffic to the Zabbix server. Just a very quick top integration example. This is just to explain. When you are using SNMP on a router, you can have this kind of graphic. This is the bandwidth. In some case, you say, okay, I have bandwidth in here, and I have the bandwidth out here. What I want, I would like to know which IP are running on the network. So if I go on that, and if I get this Netflow information with HI flow, I will be able to say, okay, this bandwidth here has been generated by this different IP, and I can check this one for all link during 1 year. So I can go in the path, zoom, and that as we do with Zabbix equipment. So this is what we can do. This is an example. This is a top user per site. Yeah. It's provided by Netflow. This is an example. The other example it is I want to see, but I don't want to see that per IP. I want to see per application. So I can have this kind of information also to see which application is running on my network. Here it's Google Video, SharePoint, WebEx, and so on. But I could get this same information with different other applications. So I can dig global WAN traffic and drill down into the application to go on that. I can zoom on that. And if I go down, I can have a table, for example, with all these IP involved, or all these IP conversation involved in that specific traffic. Okay? So everybody's aware of that, because this is what normally we get when we do a SNMP request on a router. But what we can do, we can do more. We can have all this mentioned before there. Okay? IP, remote, TCP port, conversation, local domain. Voilà. All this information can be automatically sent to Zabbix. One case for Zabbix use case. One is this is one capacity planning. Okay, so I have application running on my network. So I have conversation between the application here and the site, which are here over there. And I want to have a specific look to see what application is running by my site here. So I can get information on that, which is running there. And I will get this information into directly into Zabbix. What I can see and say, if my network engineers or something in the company ask me to say, I would like to know which application, which protocol is running on my link here, I will be able to get this information with Netflow. Okay? This is in terms of capacity planning. That means who is using the network. If I want to go there a little bit more further, I can have a look also on the application which are running on my network. With the COVID, the 2 years we spent with the COVID, we use a lot of the application like Teams, Skype, Zooms, all this kind of application. So with the same technology, we can have a look on the different IP, and with the IP range which are public, it means Google, Teams, Microsoft, they provide the list of the IP, so we can identify the different IP and make a specific name for the different application and have a look on the network for this specific application. So for that, we can monitor teleconference service like Teams, as mentioned, Google, Meet, Zoom. I can do the same job with the application host in the cloud. All this application, AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. And I can do the same also for the application, SaaS application like Salesforce and the other application that they are used into the company. Okay? Okay, just to understand what we are doing at the moment and what we are working on. On this, so as mentioned here, this is Zabbix for the SNMP. So what we can do, we can first send Netflow traffic. Netflow traffic to be able to tell to somebody about the link, what is running on my network, which application, which protocol, which port, and so on. And what we can do, this is provided with Netflow. But if we go further, and if we collect the information not from H5 flow, which is provided by Netflow, but with an appliance, with a probes, as I mentioned from the beginning, we can have information about response time. So we can follow the quality of traffic on the link. For example, the RTT, the round trip time on the link, the packet loss, the server response time, all these applications which the probe measure, we can push this information into Zabbix. We can also do information-specific metrics for application VoIP, video, and so on. And also what we can do, we can provide also, if we have the application on the network, dynamic and cyclic packet capture. That means so we can also provide this information into the system, into Zabbix. For example, if, well, in this case, it should be, this one has to be stored into the box, but this will be provided, and we can get the capacity to, if there is something wrong on the network, a big, huge traffic, we can pick a trace of all traffic and provide this information to security guys or something in the application side if needed. Okay, so now what we are doing, so as mentioned, we do it for Netflow S-Flow. That means we made the collectors, Zabbix integration with the plugin, which is available for V5 and V6 at the moment. Since the plugin for H5 Flow is available. And also we made the template for V5 and also for V6. This is what we did at the moment. And we are working on that because if somebody wants to get, okay, I would like interested in getting TCP or TT, server response time, packet loss, and so on. So we need to do the job not with the H5 flow, but with appliance. So we have also a collector called H5 appliance, which is an NGI, which produces a matrix and push this matrix into Zabbix. Okay? And this is what we are working at the moment. And also, we are doing the same job for the people who are interested in getting information about multicast monitoring, because some, as I've mentioned, some customers are using our tools to look at the multicast traffic. And so there is a European Space Agency, but also we have few customers in Korea, for example, or in Asia, who are interested in getting this for the IPTV suppliers, which are interested to get information about the multicast on their environment. Okay, so for the workshop, I know we are supposed to work tomorrow morning. I'm not sure. I need to fix that because, as mentioned from the beginning, the guys who was in charge that as an accident, so we have to manage that. And so maybe we will have to change a little bit the program, and we are working on the workshop tomorrow morning because some of the information for the workshop are still missing. Okay? So what we can do, we can see what we are going to do and maybe change a little bit the program. We need to discuss that point. Okay? For demo and integration showcase, maybe we can have we have the booth here, so we can connect to the box, and also we can have a look on the solution and a few dashboards provided by Zabbix with the information collected. Okay? Yeah, it's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the good presentation. But there's actually one question that the community is very interested about. So how does the Netflow monitoring actually impact the sizing of the database and maybe overall performance?
Okay. Thank you for that question. So if I go back in the, as I mentioned, we have in the environment, we have the VMware environment. So we put IP Engine, which is a system. And this system produce metrics, get the Netflow collectors, tickets, and produce metrics with this information and store locally into their database. So if you do a report template into Zabbix, so you put you create your template with items, and items are asking this information into the database just to provide this information. So all the information are stored into the collectors, which has its proper database, and after that, this information needed for Zabbix are pushed to Zabbix. So there is no problem normally with that, but even that depends on the quantity of Netflow you want to look at. We are talking about 100,000 flow, but we can have 500,000 flow, and in that case, when we have multiple Netflow sources with a lot of traffic, we can put different collectors into the VMware environment and make it a good sizing to avoid to have any problem. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Frederic.
Thank you.
So yeah, guys, don't be afraid to catch Frederic during lunch or coffee breaks. Ask him about his solution. Like Frederic said, if we'll take a look at the state of the workshop, and if there are some updates from Frederic's side and our side, we will then inform you guys. Thank you. So, I think most of you guys are quite hungry at this point. We'll be having a lunch break in a bit. But before that, a couple of sort of small announcements and reminders. So, our merch shop is out there, but unfortunately, we weren't expecting that you'd be as excited as you are to get our merch. So unfortunately, S and M sizes for today for shirts are gone, but we'll have many, many more tomorrow. We know that we need to restock, so tomorrow more S and M size shirts will be available. And yeah, thank you a lot, guys. I think you can do a round of applause for yourselves for how large of a fans you are, guys. So we did not expect that. Okay, there's also the photo booth. Feel free to take photos. And of course, the sponsor booths. We had Frederic just now. We have a couple of more sponsor booths out there. Talk to our sponsors. You have an hour for lunch to do that. So let's get back at 14:45 or so, slowly. Our next presentation is at 2 p.m. 55, so 14:55. That's when we're going to start. Be back before that. Thank you.
All right, guys, hello again, and we're here at Zabbix merchandise stand. Let's see what we have here and what people are looking at right now. Come on over. Hi guys.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, how is it going in here?
It's all good as always. I'll take this from you if you don't mind. I didn't steal it, I borrowed it. All right, so at the merch corner with Zabbix, as always, we have plenty of good stuff and plenty of new stuff. We got your typical t-shirts. We got the conference design, summit design, sorry, from 3 different versions this year. We got the sweatshirts. We got the hoodies. If you don't mind someone's talking. Sorry about that. They pretend they work here. No, they're actually doing a fantastic job. Other than that, what we also have is some Zabbix we're actually sold those out. So here's the thing, guys. I can tell you, like, okay, we have this and we don't have that. The things we no longer have is the sizes that you're probably after because you're taking your time to get here. So if you still want to get a hoodie, or preferably even a sweatshirt, come down here now. Other than that, beanies, now these are new. Scarves if you want them, thermal mugs, new jugs, and of course, daily planners if you want them. So, you only got what? This lunch break, then a coffee break afterwards. Tomorrow, a lot of this will be gone. So if you want to buy stuff, come here right now. Did I answer all that you expected of me?
Yes. Thank you so much. It was great, as always. Okay, and as I promised in our Telegram group, here is Dimir. I think he's one of the most famous people in Zabbix community, except Alexei Vladishev, of course. So, how the summit is going for you?
Great. Finally, summit again. Feels great. Greatly organized, everything. So it's just enjoying every minute of it. Super.
Oh, it's great. Do you get to see a lot of old friends here?
Exactly, yeah. Glad to see same people again, new people, younger people. So really nice event.
And what is the best thing about Zabbix Summits for you?
I would say for me the best thing is to talk with people between speeches at wherever at the parties. Because for me, I really enjoy to actually know that there's so many use cases of Zabbix. Usually when we develop Zabbix, we don't deal with that. And here we actually can see how the features are used, and there are so many ways. You speak to someone else and another new case you haven't heard of. And this is what I enjoy most.
And does it give you an inspiration for pitching new features to Zabbix?
Yeah, definitely. You right away think that, this must be it. I want to make this guy happy and this guy happy. Well, of course, it's not that easy, but yeah, I get to remember that, and sometimes I discuss it later in Zabbix with the team. So that's how it works, yeah.
Great, thank you. Thanks. Okay, and let's see, we have Alexei Vladishev talking to someone over there, and people are already going out for lunch, and I think we should also take a short break and enjoy the lunch, and we will be back at 14:55 with more speeches, more presentations, and the summit continues.
more minutes. I give you 1-2 minutes to get back over here from lunch, and we're going to start in a moment. So let's gather together, have a bunch of speeches that we want to look at. Come on. All right, so I guess most of you are back. I can still see people arriving, but we have to start. So next up, we have another Zabbix internal speaker, one of my fellow colleagues, who is going to cover Zabbix dashboards. Zabbix dashboards for a particular use case. We already mentioned MSPs today, and we will be talking about single pane of glass views for MSP environments. So let's welcome our next speaker, Technical Support Engineer from Zabbix Latvia, Karlis Salins. Welcome.
Hello. Glad to see you all back from lunch. And now we've gotten to the point of dashboards, and particularly MSP environment dashboards. Before we go on, let's talk a bit about the Zabbix dashboards in general. So you know that we can create dashboards, we can represent data, we can add interesting colors to them, and basically each and every data we collect, we can add on a dashboard and see it. Here's another example. Multiple tabs, multiple colors, looks very, very good. What are new additions in Zabbix 6.2 and 6.0? Multiple widgets have been added. There's been top hosts widget, item value, geo maps, and digital clock widget added. How they work, what they are, in the following slides. And there have been new functionalities for the graph widget as well. And it's possible to create dashboards using API. So if you know something that you want to create, you know how to script it, go for it. You don't even need to visit front end in order to create a dashboard. So to the main topic about MSP created dashboard. And I try to emulate a real life example of that. First of all, I know some of you don't know what MSP means. We've heard that term before today, but it means managed service provider. And what you do as MSP is basically you provide some sort of service. It can be internet provider or some other thing. And what you do is you handle monitoring of customers' infrastructure, you manage its devices, and lots of other things as well. In this case, I'm imagine that I'm an ISP, so internet service provider, and I have, give or take, 15, 20 customers, and they all want to have monthly bandwidth displayed to them. I want to know how much they are using from my side, and some other metrics as well. What the customers want to see also is some sort of overview, and definitely they want to see if we actually give the service to them, so if we comply with SLAs. So this is something that I have come up with. This is for 3 customers, 3 biggest ones, and you can see a graph, you can see some interesting values, and you can also see where they are geographically located. So how to create something like this? Start with graphs. On graphs, you can put aggregations, you can put comparisons, you can add custom time periods, so you can compare data from 1 week ago, 1 year ago, however you want to do it. And you can use multiple data sets. In the graph, you can see data coming in this week, so the bandwidth for this week compared to last week's. How to set it up? First of all, if we know that all my customers will be, their host names will start with host, not host, but customer, then there is a very good way how to allow to do it. And for that, we use wildcards. So each and every customer host we have automatically will be added to this graph. Same goes for the item. In this case, bandwidth will be interface. It can be whatever you want. I just use a wildcard. And yeah, that one item will be shown. But if you have used Zabbix before, you know that each and every customer we have here will have the same colored graphs. How to avoid it? Easy. We use overrides. The graph widget, it has a lot of options, and overrides is one of them. And here, I specifically show you that customer A, B, and C will have different colors. And that means that automatically, when graph is created, the colors are shown according to the overrides I have set. Yeah, but that's not it. We also want to set up aggregations for the graph. That is possible. For that, we must use multiple data sets. And on one of the data sets, we set up time shift 0, so current time or whatever time you want, and some sort of aggregation function. And then interval when it will be happening. On another data set, we set historical data, so something that happened 1 week ago. For that, we use time shift, in this case, -1 week. Everything else says the same. Of course, we can change it, but then what's the point? Yeah, and this is how, for all my customers, this would look like. I have 3 customers, so 6 data sets. The darker colors are the ones which are coming in this week, not this week, but now, and the lighter ones are for the previous week. Next one, I want to see some couple of item values on my dashboards. Of course, if they have 10,000 items, I don't want to represent that. I only want to see the most vital ones. And yeah, how to create them? Easy. Use item value widget. A lot of configuration here, but the main points are about advanced configuration. And this allows you to place the value, the time, the description, everything where you want it, how big you want it to be, how you want it to look. Also, you can change the color of the item, the value widget itself, and you can change the icon which represents data. Usually, more data means good. Sometimes it means bad, and we can change the colors based on whatever we want. Yeah, and this is for all my 3 customers. I've created item value widget, easy to do it. You create it, you copy it, paste it, change the information about the host, that's it. Yeah, another widget we have now is the top hosts one. This one allows you to display some things you want. In this case, it is bandwidth consumers, and display some sort of thresholds for them. Yeah, in this case, different colors for different thresholds, and this allows us to see that maybe some of the customers are using too much or too less in whatever we want to do. So how to do it here? On the widget level, what we use here are hosts, host groups, and tags. It was mentioned a couple of times today that tags are very important in new Zabbix versions, and one place where you can use them is here. And yeah, filter by tags, very easy. I can display only the most important hosts. That's what I'm trying to show here, that gravity important, only these ones will be shown. Then the columns, only 2 here. I can add more, doesn't matter. And then, yeah, the sorting. I sort by some sort of column, and then either from the top or for the bottom. In my case, from the top. Then, clicking Edit on the column itself opens up column options. And here I can actually set up the thresholds. One thing to notice here, these thresholds are no relation to any triggers, anything like that. These are the ones I set up. And then, based on the color, the widget will change. That's why you can see the widget and the bars with different colors in them. One more thing I want to do is I want to display those hosts in real life locations. And this allows me to see on a map if they have problems, if they are working well, and where they actually are. So how to create this map? If we want to display a host on a geo map, we need to indicate where it's located at. For that, we use inventory, particularly 2 fields, latitude and longitude. This one, yeah, we can set it up manually, or we can get it from an item. So depending on how you want to, you can do it. Here, as well, as you can see, I'm filtering by host groups, and I can use tags. The initial view. Depending on the size, you can create initial view of the whole world if we are intentional. Or in my case, I know I'm a local provider, so I just will display Riga. And there is a possibility to use different map vendors. So yeah, if you have some, then you can add it as well. There is a list of them already available, up to you. Then finally, digital clock widget has arrived. So please applause for that. Fantastic. All right. One more thing. Yeah, that's been changed in 6.0 and newer versions is the functions. And if you don't know, lots and lots of new functions have been added. And in my particular case as MSP, I want to see everything that happens to all my customers. And for that, I use MSP for each functions. Total 8 of them. Yeah, each does its own thing. Basically what you do, you aggregate data based on host groups you provide, based on items using wildcards, and based on tags. So tags, very, very important. How to create it? Calculated item, same as before. Any host you want, create an item, type calculated, and make the formula. So here, what I want is the total bandwidth for all of my important customers. And I do it. Easy. Summing everything up. Then the new function for each, indicate item, so with wildcard, and group my customers and only important ones by using tag. And then, in the result, I get bandwidth usage for all of my customers. Yeah, what happens if I want to add a new customer? What I need to do? I don't need to change my dashboard. I need to change some things, but some things happen automatically. What happens automatically? Graphs, geomaps, top hosts widget, and calculated items widget, it gets updated automatically, which means that I do not have to do these things manually. Manually, I need to add new item value widgets and maybe change the name of the dashboard if I want to. And as a result, I get something like this. Only thing I added here was the new item value widgets, the pink ones. Everything else automatically updated. So that's that easy. Adding new customer, if using tags, host groups properly, everything happens automatically. But like I said, my customers also want to see something. For that, I have created a specific customer dashboard. It consists of their bandwidth usage compared to last month. It consists of SLA, so basically that we are actually giving them the service. Some network map of them, active problems, and again, some item values. What happens if I want to duplicate these? Because I know I will have multiple customers. Easy, copy the dashboard, change widget options to the correct host I'm talking about, and update SLA widget to contain the correct information. And if needed, I can add custom widgets as well. This was already mentioned, but it's very important to understand that currently you can make a user account in Zabbix that only sees one particular dashboard. That's it. No other functionality is available for it, only the single dashboard. And that is in a way, how you can display only something for one customer. Yeah. What are the future additions to the dashboards that we can expect? Quite a lot of them. And the top priorities is dynamic change of color for item value widget. So this means that now you can change it manually, but then based on a threshold, it will change automatically. If you have worked with not item, but graph widget before, then you know it takes some time and hands-on approach to understand how it works. We want to make it easier, and that will be in the future versions. And you might ask, okay, now you have like 20 widgets, but we want more. We want 50, 100, million. Okay, million maybe no, but let's say 100. Why it's not there and why it takes so long to implement it? It's because currently we are developing a framework for widget creation, and that will allow us to easily add more widgets if needed. Gauge graphs. These will also be here. And the last thing I want to mention is discovered entity visualization widget. Currently, if you low-level discover something, it takes time to set up the graphs properly. And we want to change that. We want to be able to do this automatically, that with minimal configuration, even the discovered entities will be shown. And that's about it. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you a lot, Karli. All right, so that was some of our visualization features. Okay, really nice. We also have a workshop focused on graphs tomorrow. So once again, you should have received an email with a link to the workshop registration page. So open up your email, find the link, register. If you haven't received an email, let either me or some of my colleagues, if you see them around, know, and we'll figure something out how we can get you registered. So from visualization to something completely different, more in-depth, more complex, our next speech is once again done by a fellow colleague of mine, and it will focus on different ways how you can extend your Zabbix instance. So let's welcome our senior C developer from Zabbix Latvia, Vladimir Levijev. You might have know him as Dimir.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. Glad to see you all back after all these years. Yeah, I will talk about extending Zabbix. So let's begin. So why would you even want to extend Zabbix? No matter how hard we try to make Zabbix contain all the functionality for monitoring, it's not possible. There will always be one guy that needs more. So being extensible is exactly to make that guy happy. So what extensibility means? Zabbix is open source, so you can download the source code and change it to your needs. And are you extending Zabbix in this case? Yes, but does that mean Zabbix is extensible? Definitely not. Extensibility means when a program allows a user to change its behavior without changing the source code. And that's exactly why Zabbix has a lot of extensions. There are really quite a few of those. I will be covering those that are highlighted. That's front-end modules, front-end rebranding, Agent 2 plugins, user parameter system run, external check of server, HTTP agent item, webhook media type, script item, and Zabbix API. Let's start with the front-end modules. First of all, you need to have basic understanding of what MVC is. Imagine there's a PHP file that takes care of one page, and it, for example, lists hosts. So the PHP code connects to the database using SQL language, then it performs some business logic in PHP language, and then it outputs the data in HTML. So you have SQL code in one file, PHP code, and HTML code. That's really hard to maintain such file, and yeah, especially if the data set is complex. So in this case, there is an idea of MVC where you separate that into 3 different files. One is dealing with database, another is dealing with business logic called controller. So with database, it's called model, with business logic called controller, and the file that takes care about the view is called view. In Zabbix, it's a bit simpler. We combine the controller and module into one component and call it action, and the view is a view. So it works as shown. The business logic is in one file, the view is another file, and only the action talks to the API, sometimes directly to the database in some rare cases. So when you click configuration hosts, what actually happens? The click executes the URL where the action name is specified, and Zabbix knows that action named host.list is taken care by 2 files. One is an action, ccontroller hostlist.php, which collects the data, and then there's another file for the view, takes care configuration.host.list.php. It, let's say, outputs that data, and the data variable is automatically available in the view. So in order to create a module, you need front end, and you need a database to which it is connected, correctly configured database. If you want to quickly to get Zabbix and try, I suggest you to take a Docker image or some cloud image, or at least use our packages. Let's take a look at a simple example where we create a module called myAddress. The idea of the module is to add another page to the menu that lists or that outputs the external IP address of the host where frontend is running. A really simple task. So the controller will, the action will make one HTTP request, and the view will output what it returns, and that's it. So we want something like that. Another menu entry and our external IP address. In this case, it's replaced, but don't worry. So it's easy, right? Remember the famous Gentoo meme? And it's only, this module contains only 4 files with really small content. So first file is manifest.json. This file is like a configuration of your module. Basically, we want in this file to define an action and action name, and say that this action is taken care of this action file and this view file. Here is how it looks like. The main things are highlighted in red. That's the namespace that will be used in the code, and you see the action name and the files that take care of this action. In the action, you need to implement one PHP class called, as you see, and that class must implement doAction function. In that function is actually happening what all the business logic of your model, in our case, one HTTP request. So it looks like this. Again, the important parts are highlighted, and you see doAction class. We make one call, and whatever we get, we put to ccontroller response data PHP class, which will direct this data to the view. And what we do here also is we disable the session ID validation, as you can see. This is because we don't want to deal with passing that session ID in our URLs. In our case, it's only one URL. The view is really simple. There is no restrictions from the Zabbix side on how the view looks like. It can be empty file. It doesn't care. So in our case, we just create one CWidget class, which is one CWidget object, which is, let's say, a page. We set its HTML title, and we add one div with our data. As you can see, we take the myIP key of data associated array. Whatever controller is set as a response must be associated array. It doesn't matter what's inside, but it must be associated array, otherwise you will get an error. So last file, module.php, is optional, but if you want to add a menu entry, you must use it, and that's what we want. We want just to add one menu entry to the main menu to be able to call our action. So again, highlighted things are important, the namespace, and basically we say, give me the menu, and to the root of this menu add my address element, and when it's clicked, call this action that we define in our module. Basically, we call ourselves. So now you discover the module by going to Administration General Modules and click Scan Directory, and your module must appear in the list in disabled state. You click it, and your module gets disabled. And if you're interested what happens in the database, just one row is added there with the enabled state. So this is what you should get in the end. Next, as Karlis was saying, that was module of type module, let's say, and in the 6.0 it's planned to have a module of type widget, in which case, besides Zabbix widgets, you can add your own with actually the module. The module will be like a feeding your widget, and controlled by the widget will be controlled by a module. And actually, all Zabbix widgets that are currently there are also to be transferred to modules. So that's what's happening right now, what Karlis said, and we hope this will be available as soon as possible. Another thing that you can do with frontend is rebranding. So what can you rebrand? The login page logo, the menu logo, the compact menu logo, the help link, the footer, and remove the Zabbix support and integration elements from the menu. How you do it? You just add one file with the following contents. If you just want to remove links to support and integration, you return the empty array. Otherwise, you add those variables if you want to replace other things also. And the image paths do not have to be URLs. They might be passed to the file path on the file system. And that's approximately how it may look like. So let's talk about extending agent. I'll talk about agent 2. When agent 2 was introduced in 4.4, there was already the way to extend it with built-in plugins. For that, you need to have Zabbix Agent 2 sources. You need to recompile your plugin together with Zabbix Agent 2, and every time you upgrade Agent 2, you again need to recompile it. That is a must. This is not very convenient. So we worked hard on changing that, and since 6.0, we have the loadable Agent 2 plugins, which means you just compile your plugin once, and you don't need to recompile anything when you're upgrading Agent 2. An example of loadable plugin is on the screen. This plugin is doing the same thing as Agent module was doing, displaying external IP of the host where Agent 2 is running by implementing one additional metric called myIP. Important thing here is in the import section, plugin support components must be there. That allows communication between Agent 2 and your plugin. Your plugin is like a standalone application, and they are communicating with help of those plugin support components. The key part here is export function. That's one of the interfaces that you must implement in the plugin, and the exporter is simplest one for adding new metrics. And inside this function happens exactly what your item does, and whatever it returns will be the returned value when metric is called. And then you just register it, and the main function is a must since we're a standalone application. There are examples. This all code is available on GitHub. The link will be in the end, so don't take code from the presentation. Installation of the Agent 2 is simple. I created the makefile. You can check its contents, but if you use my code, then it's just sudo make install, which will put your plugin, compile your plugin, and put it to the highlighted path. And then with this command, you can tell Agent 2 where your plugin is, and that's it. You can test it. It should work. The same thing can be done with user parameter, of course. You all know. That's another way of extending Zabbix. And same thing can be done with system.run. And of course, these work for both agents, version old agent and Agent 2. Let's talk about extending server. In 4.0, Zabbix HTTP agent item type appeared, and that allowed a lot of additional monitoring using HTTP protocol and monitoring of the instances that have HTTP endpoint. In order to use that, the server or proxy must be compiled with libcurl support, and agent is not needed for that. Don't care about libcurl if you use our packages, it's already there. It looks something like that. You click create item and choose type HTTP agent, you specify the URL to talk to it, and there are a lot of parameters in this form. I couldn't fit them all in, specifying the headers, specifying do you need to fetch the headers, you can specify SSL options, basic authentication, and so forth. Since 4.4, since we already had the HTTP agent item, we thought that similar approach could be added for alerting, because often you don't want to receive the email when the problem is happening, but you want to have a ticket created, for example, and these guys always, in most cases, they have API that works through HTTP protocol. So, but we understood that in this case it's not enough to provide form with parameters because the communication is very often very complex. So we provided with the text box where you can put your JavaScript and take care of the whole communication with the ticketing system or chat or messenger yourself. Also, the parameters here are important because the macros are not substituted in your JavaScript code. So if you want to use macros in JavaScript code, translate them to parameters with this way. Of course, creating JavaScript is not easy for many people, so we do that for themselves. For the most famous components, we have these already out of the box. There are many more integrations with other systems out there on the internet created by community. And of course, we also, with each version, try to create more and more of those. Our integration team is working on that hard. They write a lot of JavaScript code, so thanks, guys. So since version 5.2, we understood that same approach as with webhook, where you provide a way to write your JavaScript to control the HTTP endpoint completely. Same approach to provide for monitoring. And script item appeared. Basically, you can see the form is similar to webhook. You have basically the text box where you write the PHP code, JavaScript code, and parameters to get the macros. This name, script, is sometimes confusing for people. They think that, okay, I'll click script, and then I can do whatever there, bash script or Python script. It's not like that. Basically, you should think of script item like JavaScript item. So it's only allows you to write JavaScript code. And in order to allow users to simplify their job, we created JavaScript class called HTTP request. It's really well documented, all its methods and how to work with it. But basically, yeah, you can use that. Well, you should use that class for all your HTTP requests that you do in the JavaScript code. That's an example of the script. It uses the HTTP request, and then it logs in using username and password specified as the payload or the body of the request. Then it parses, it gets the response and takes the access token from that response and uses another call to get the actual data using that token. So another way of extending Zabbix is using external check item. It's very well known, I guess. Many use it. It's if you have some script or binary, no matter what, and you want to call it, and whatever it returns would be the metric data, you should use external check. Your executable must reside in special directory, and that's it. The server will call it from there. Let's see, we have example app server status script. We want to use it, so we create item of type external check, and we put the item key as exactly the name of our executable. And in square brackets, you can have optional parameters. They are not required. And in this case, the actual call will look like this. Let's talk about Zabbix API for integration. That also can be used for integration with the different systems. What Zabbix API does, it retrieves configuration, it modifies configuration, gets history or trend data. For example, Grafana is using exactly that. Then you can control your configuration import-export with Zabbix API. You can migrate environments, or you can have automatic configuration management with Zabbix API, for example, which is doing Ansible Zabbix community module collection. If you use Ansible, you have a playbook to, for example, create hosts, then you can use the same playbook with this collection to, for example, control this host in Zabbix installation through Zabbix API. So if host is not there, it will be automatically created. If you modify something in your playbook, for example, you add another host group or you link another template to that host, it will be also automatically done by this module collection. In the future, it's idea to add also support for pushing values through Zabbix API. I'm not saying anything is already done in this regard, but at least sometimes users ask for this feature. We have Zabbix API, we control configuration and stuff. Why not push also values using that instead of using a Zabbix sender or implementing Zabbix sender protocol? How Zabbix API is implemented? It's implemented using JSON RPC protocol over HTTP protocol. Our API is not RESTful. The client must always use POST method, and even if you get data, you still use POST method and the body. So in each request, the body is obligatory and the POST method is also obligatory. The bodies are in JSON format. Zabbix API is shipped together with frontend. You don't have to install it separately. And the frontend itself is using Zabbix API. There are a lot of integrations out there. So if you integrate something, make sure you checked the internet or our integrations page for available solution. If you are doing something from scratch, there are many chances that you shouldn't be doing it. So as I said, all this code is on GitHub. Don't copy from the presentation that will be available later. You can use my GitHub and everything is there. As to the workshop tomorrow, I remind you that it's at 8:45 and we will be writing a front-end module. You're welcome to join. Thank you.
Dimir, don't go far away. Your presentation was, I would say, made community quite curious about a lot of questions.
Mm-hmm.
I will start with some simple ones. So you told about adding front-end modules, but a lot of people seem to be worrying that if they will upgrade their front-end, the modules will be gone. Is that the case?
It's not the case. We already done that. Only thing that might happen, some things might break. There's unfortunately no guarantee. We don't have special separate framework for modules, which is like guaranteed to work with upgrade. Basically, when you create a module, you use all that is all the PHP classes that are available in the whole front end. And of course, we do a lot of changes there, and those changes are breaking. So I would say, sadly, it depends on how you write module. You should always think that, well, if you use some basic class like output the div element or something, it's not likely to be changed. But if you use some really complex classes which have a lot of methods, it might be possible that something will break there. But the module will not disappear for sure.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. So in terms of performance, what kind of modules or modifications from what you already called, you would say, except front-end modules, would be the lightweight?
The lightweight? I would say that if instead of using user parameters and system.run for agent, I would recommend to use Agent 2 plugins, loadable plugins. So if you use version 6.0 or more and you use Agent 2, try at least to create loadable plugin. Take an example here and modify the do action function to do what you want, see the result, it should be much faster. Of course, if you call user parameter once per 10 minutes or something, it's fine, you will not get any performance benefits, but if you have a lot of user parameters, I know that some installations have a lot of them and call them very often, so they are spending resources on nothing. I would say create agent to loadable plugin, or at least try and see how it goes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so as Dimir said, we have a workshop that Dimir himself will actually be hosting tomorrow, where you will be able to develop a front-end module together with Dimir under his guidance. We have another workshop where you will be able to write a Go plugin from scratch. So pick which you want more, attend, register. Like I said, the invitation link should be in your email. And we'll see you there, guys. They cover everything from scratch. It's going to be really, really beneficial, and you'll learn a lot from our guys. All right. Next up, we have a longtime friend of Zabbix presenting a very interesting use case. This here fan is using Zabbix, has used Zabbix for more than 20 years. So, he's been here pretty much since the very start, very beginning. Linux user since 1994, former Red Hat consultant, author of many Zabbix projects, so a very valued contributor. Let's welcome on the stage with the speech Zabbix and Ansible complement each other like wine and cheese. Andrew Nelson, site reliability engineer from USA. Welcome.
Thank you. Afternoon. How y'all doing today? You having a good day? Yeah, that's what we like to hear. Awesome. So, my name is Andrew Nelson. Many of you guys already know me. I've been here for a couple of days, once or twice, maybe 10 times, I don't know. But been involved with Zabbix for many, many years. I actually reached out to a former employer of mine and said, when did we start using it? And it was about 2005. So it was quite a while. Things have changed a lot over the years. Written a few programs, wrote a few modules, here and there long before we had modules, and then started working with Red Hat, kind of got away from Zabbix a little bit, and now with my current employer, basically own a Zabbix server, own a lot of monitoring, so you'll hopefully see some more from me soon. So anyways, let's get right into it. So normally when we sit there and we build a Zabbix environment for monitoring, we have a whole process that we have to follow. First, we're going to start with building our servers. Then we're going to install our Zabbix, our database, our web front end, and all the various packages needed. Those, usually these are pretty manual. Then we configure our database. We'll configure the Zabbix server, configure the web server. All of these steps can take time, error prone and so forth. And if we have to change an environment, well, we have to go back in and fix a few things. And then, of course, we're going to configure the Zabbix agent on our Zabbix server. We're still doing a lot of work. We'll probably end up looking like this guy when we're done, as we then configure the next Zabbix agent on host N. Very, very manual process, like say. So with Ansible, once again, we have to have servers to build it on. So we're going to sit there and we're going to write an Ansible inventory. Now, one thing you'll probably notice me talk about, Ansible inventory is the source where you want everything to run. You can write Ansible so that you don't rely on your inventory, but the ideal when you write Ansible code is that it should operate like a function, wherein the variables that get passed in are variables that you find in your inventory. And then the function, the Ansible playbook, will essentially spit out the results according to what you have. So we write our Ansible inventory, what describe the environment, then we write a playbook using the Ansible collections, which are actually pretty awesome. I did a lot of the work for this presentation using them, and they actually work really, really well. So I was quite impressed with it. Unfortunately, in the middle, Zabbix decided to modify one of the packages that put the script creation routines in there in a different location. So it broke it, but I think the collections are now fixed. Maybe a 1 or 2 week lag, so that's pretty cool. Then we run our playbook, as we all do. Our playbook runs, and oh darn, we have a typo. This is going to be one of those more frustrating points of Ansible that you're always going to have. You're always going to have a typo. But once you get your typos fixed, you then run it on hundreds of nodes. And of course, as you're running it on hundreds of nodes, go take a nap, have some break, get some coffee, go outside. Do that, see that thing that's producing a lot of light in the sky that we never really see too much when we're indoors. So that's the cool part about Ansible, is that we can be repeatable in what we do. So what was interesting as I'm doing this presentation, as I'm working on it, I actually realized that I had a good use case for exactly what I was talking about. So I'm sitting at a location that's out in the countryside in the United States, and I'm using Starlink to connect back to a hypervisor that I have. It's in another place, or SSH, and for whatever reason, some of the VMs just wouldn't connect. I just could not make it so that I could SSH in, I could ping it, the MAC address wasn't showing up, bridge control on my hypervisor was showing that some of the connectivity wasn't working. I couldn't figure out at which layer in my network it was happening, and I didn't have the time to figure it out. So what did I do? I basically said, to heck with it, I've already got my Ansible playbooks, let me take them, rewrite my inventory, throw it all up in a cloud provider. In this case, I use Google Cloud. So the biggest learning curve for me was actually having to learn Google Cloud. How the heck do I deploy things in their cloud? So I took the time, figured it out, and then deployed my whole environment using the playbooks that I had written before. So essentially, I didn't have to spend the time building it all. What did I have to spend my time on? Building the hosts. That was the hardest part. So as you've heard me already mention, probably a couple of times, inventories. Inventories are really critical when writing good Ansible code. It's kind of the one thing that's the hardest to understand when you first write code, because you have to have a good data schema to your inventory. Your data schema has to scale. Unfortunately, it's kind of one of those things that experience is the best teacher here. There's a couple of things you can maybe look at, what other people have done. But the idea is that as much data as you can pack into your inventory, the better. You don't want to be trying to pack any of your information into your roles that you're going to create and so forth. Unless, it's maybe very specific information. And, back when I was working with Red Hat, we had many, many conversations with customers about, well, where do we put these configuration items? We put them in a role, we put them in our inventory, and kind of the bigger one is, how often is this value going to change? If it's a matter of, if I'm deploying on this kind of host and I'm going to always have a file in this particular location, okay, fine, put it in the role, maybe as a default variable, just in case you have to override it on one machine, at some point, or in 5 to 10 years, you have to come back and yeah, we're not putting things in the same location. So that's kind of the important thing. So what's a static inventory? We have several types of inventories. We can do a static inventory, we can do an inventory script. So a static inventory is essentially a YAML file. Most often you can use our older INI file format, but I'm someone who prefers to use the YAML file formats. Very descriptive, can be very easy to follow and so forth. What I also like to do is break my inventories into multiple files using essentially a directory structure where I'll have my inventory file at the top level, and then I'll have a vars directory, and I'll have group variables sitting in there, and then I'll have a host directory with host-specific variables sitting in there. So here's an example of just a top-level, simple static inventory file. I can also use Zabbix as my source of inventory. Now, we'll talk about some of the interesting side effects of doing that here later on, but the Zabbix API or inventory plugin, very straightforward. Here's the YAML script to the configuration file that we use for the plugin. We basically tell it what server we're going to point to, give it a user login for the API, and then what do we want to pull back? We're going to pull back everything and so forth. So what does it show? Well, this is what it shows for one simple server. So very simple, very straightforward data. We can extend this in a few other ways and so forth. And one of the things that I did when I was in my cloud environment, I used the Google Compute inventory item. Now, as you can notice here, I have the standard inventory plugin going, but then I also did a couple of interesting things here. I used the compose function, so I can now place a variable into my inventory from the script. I also went ahead and set up some tagging for groups to set up, so I could say, is this host a Zabbix server? Is this host a Zabbix client? Is this a proxy? And that was all leveraged by the labels that I placed into the VMs inside of the compute environment. So I set a label to it, and then my inventory was written, so my playbooks would consume that information. But what I really thought was pretty awesome is I can combine the two. I can take a static inventory file like I had before. I can combine it with a inventory plugin like Google Compute and use the two. Now what's really awesome about here is I can now individually override things. So as I've got my configuration going for my environment, I may say that, hey, my clients, I want to individually override something on a client. I could have also used metavars inside of the Google environment, but what if I'm going to go between multiple cloud providers? Well, now it's maybe useful to place this into my inventory file here. So what do we do for install? This is essentially a simple playbook to install a Zabbix server using the community plugins. This takes care of almost every single step needed. I'll have a GitHub link for you guys later to the full playbooks that I used. But it's pretty awesome in what it will do. This will also work on Ubuntu, Fedora, RHEL, and so forth. So it's written to be very portable to many different environments. Most often we'll go straight out to the Zabbix repos, configure the repos, pull the packages, install them, configure the database as needed, and so forth. So because I'm doing this on CentOS, in my case, there was one thing I need to do, and that was configure a SE Linux boolean to allow for one of the components for access to, I think, execution memory sharing, I think is what it was. But it was very straightforward. Also in this one, I copied my SSL certs over into the host, so I was fully TLS compliant on my server. So one of the things we do kind of end up getting into when we start working with inventory scripts and so forth is kind of an imperative or a declarative workflow. Now an imperative workflow is where we go out, we pull something, in this case we're just going to use the Zabbix inventory script just to tell us what hosts we're going to run on. And then we might place a lot of our logic inside of each role in terms of like if your roles have something that says delegate to to a specific host name, it's probably not a good idea. Or if it's saying when ansible.hostname equals and then this task executes inside the role, those are imperative type operations. So they are things that you don't necessarily know until you operate or until you execute the code. CF Engine was kind of a very traditional mechanism that used this kind of a workflow. Whereas in an Ansible environment, you ideally want to go into a more declarative style, where, just as I described earlier, Ansible works as a function, where my inventory has all the variables that I need, my playbook is my function, and the resulting configuration in the environment is what I want. So when I was talking about where the logic is, so if we have an imperative workflow, I'm going to have a little bit of logic in my inventory script, but I'm going to place a lot more of my logic in my roles, and maybe directly into my playbook. Maybe I'm going to put a little bit more variables into my playbook directly. And that's useful. That works pretty well, and this is actually really good for someone getting started off with Ansible, excuse me. It works. The only challenge is it doesn't quite scale so well. And part of this conversation is about scale. How do I get this to work across hundreds or thousands of nodes? So part of the design is how do we design the things to scale? Once again, inventory is your source of truth. So if I were to use a more declarative workflow, I now place everything inside of my inventory, and now when I execute my playbook, it configures it. Now, one example of that, when I have my client systems out there, because remember I talked about having multiple clients. So in my scenario, I had set up a few. Let's say I have my client, by default, it's going to talk to the Zabbix server. But let's say it's in a data center and we just put a Zabbix proxy in there, and we now want this client to talk to a proxy. Well, it's actually really simple. We could do a few things. If we were to use an imperative workflow, we could maybe put some techniques into the role that says if we're in this data center, then we're going to use this variable and so forth. Or I put it into my declarative inventory as I described earlier. I set these three variables. I re-execute the exact same playbook that I did to install a machine, and boom, it does it. Now the reason it does it is because in the Ansible collection, that is created, it will actually contact the Zabbix server and create the host entry, and it will, using the API, and then update it. So if I have multiple templates I wish to add to it, that's where I would do it too. So in this case, I now deploy it. It's going to go out, reconfigure the agent on the machine. So the agent is now going to be reconfigured to talk to the proxy that I've told it to talk to. It's also going to log into the Zabbix server via the API. And in doing so, it's going to update it there to say you are now communicating to Zabbix via this API. So now active items can now work correctly. What if I wanted to do this across hundreds of nodes? That can be pretty straightforward. I could maybe put these into a host group where I can maybe say data center 1, and I now place all of these items in there, and any host that's in data center 1 host group now suddenly talks to your proxy. So that's pretty useful. Or, as I could do other ones, so I've talked about some before, I could maybe create a MySQL group, attach it into Ansible to then tell it to use a MySQL template, and then configure the agent for MySQL monitoring and so forth. A few years ago, I gave another presentation very much about the similar topic here. That one was about automated event remediation. So we can use Ansible for that too, wherein we can have Zabbix execute Ansible either on the command line or through a webhook, communicate out to something like Ansible Tower or AWX, and then execute a playbook to cause a remediation. In the presentation I gave a few years ago, the situation was I have a squid proxy server that dies. Zabbix recognizes the squid proxy server dies. It then executes the playbook. If it then fixed it, the problem clears. If it didn't clear within a certain timeline, escalator takes over, notifications begin, and there's also a tagging that was occurred, so you can now look back into Tower and go, it was job number XYZ, let me look at the job, oh, it had these errors, okay, I know what to fix. Simplifying your whole workflow and your process. So I have the code online, if you guys ever want to look at some of the playbooks, kind of look at some of the aspects of what I had done there, and so forth. And thank you very much. Any questions? Why Polish? Well, unfortunately, my life is involving some Poles. My wife is Polish, so slowly learning it. It's actually kind of an interesting language, to say the least. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. So feel free to find Andrew over here, ask him some questions. Feel free to try out the materials that he has provided in the presentation. And if you can find them or you have any more questions, he'll be around here, so approach him. Don't be afraid. As you could tell, he's very experienced with Zabbix and not just Zabbix, so he could probably give you some useful advice about your Zabbix environments, Ansible, and so on. Okay, so we've had speakers from all over the globe, China, US just now, Brazil. So we'll move a bit closer, we'll move to Europe. Our next set of speakers are going to be European. And we will start with a country that has the, I guess, population of which has a very, as the speaker himself states, very sexy accent, right? So our next speaker is from France. We'll be talking API. So let's welcome Steve Destivelle, Zabbix trainer and expert from IZI-IT France, because I am API. Welcome.
Hello. Yes. So today we'll be talking about API but my title of my talk is because I'm happy. Because this is a word game, happy. And I think that now we need to spend some time with the one we beloved. And maybe you didn't know, 2 times ago we got to special events with Alexei and other partners, and this was very special. We enjoy this moment, and I think that now it's time to enjoy all the little things that we have in life. So yes, keep calm and be happy. Okay? Maybe you know this kind of creature of famous movies. Who know this creature? Yes, you? Okay. And This creature is called minion, I don't know how to say in English. Enjoy little things, says banana. So this is the afternoon. I know that everybody is tired. I am the only obstacle between you and the next break. So I think that we need to wake up. And I want to make a little game. Say, okay, if I say banana, wake up and say banana, okay? Banana? Okay, great. Okay. So yes, I'm French. You know, I'm Steve Destivelle. Zabbix team called me the Zabbix French evangelist. I am the founder of IZI-IT. And maybe you have to give me some money because each time you say easy, I was thinking, okay, my company is IZI-IT. And yes, I have this super sexy accent. I know that you are jealous, but yes. So I could say, what else? Hey, darling, how do you do? So what is the purpose of my talk? It's about Zabbix API, yes. It's not a workshop. We'll have one tomorrow morning. So register, because I think that only my mom is registered for the moment to the workshop. So please help me. This will not be very detailed, just to show the potential of Zabbix API, because I aim to make Zabbix more easy, because as you see, IT people are so overwhelmed, so they need more help. So what is an API? API is an application programming interface. So this is a link between you and the program. Dimir, where is Dimir? Yes, he mentioned all the steps, all the things that you need to do to connect to the API. So yes, first you need to log in, retrieve the session ID, and then after that you will be able to do some queries on Zabbix API, okay? How many people are using Zabbix in this room? Please. No? Not very? Okay. Because even if you didn't notice it, you are using Zabbix API through the front end. So maybe you're a minor level of Zabbix API user. So if you want to see what kind of call to in the front end are using at this moment, you could activate the Konami code, because I love video games, or you could simply go to your user group and click the debug button. So you have to go to administration menu, user groups, select your groups, and then after that, click on the debug mode and banana. Yes. Debug mode will be enabled in the lower right corner, as you see. Now click on the debug button, and you will be able to enjoy all the API methods currently using in Zabbix frontend. Okay? So you have a link below to get all the information about the method. You could create, update, delete, and then get all the information of Zabbix, because Zabbix could be usable only from command line with API, but I think that it is more easier to go to the front end and make some clicks instead of using Zabbix API. Okay? So why API and not SQL command? Because SQL command, each time a new version of Zabbix get out, maybe you have some change in the database, maybe there is a remove of the table that you are using previously. So API is the best things that you can use. There is a rollback also in case of error. Everything that you do with the API is auditable, and it respects the user permission. And it's a good way maybe to learn Python, because I was involved of writing some script and using Zabbix API, and I developed the skills, yes, I could admit it, using Python for this. So maybe if you want to check to know how to use Python, maybe it's a good example to begin with Zabbix API, because after that you will be able to do a lot of crazy things. So as Alexei told us this morning, to secure Zabbix, you have to use Zabbix roles. So since Zabbix 5.2, in the menu administration, user roles, you could set a new roles for your user to have permission granularity, UI restriction, and you could set, okay, I want to limit the methods applying to this user. And you have the link to a good article on the blog.zabbix.com from Arthurs, explaining how to use Zabbix role in a context enterprise. So you have to go to administration, user role, create a user role. You will select user type if it is simple user, admin or super admin. Select on the things that you want to use in the front end. But in our case, we'll be interested only on the API method that we could call allow or deny and banana. Yeah, you will be able to use the method that you select in the front end. So what could be done with Zabbix API? You could use, as Dimir said, the Grafana native data source to create some dashboard. With Python Flask, you are able to create some custom web interface, and with the PyZabbix library, you will be able to do that. That's why I use Python now. You have the link to the GitHub to download PyZabbix. Sometimes, like this example, because it was not possible to create some custom reports for our customers, we said, okay, we will use Zabbix API to retrieve information, and then after that, create some sexy dashboard with HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, so you could extract information needed from Zabbix and then use in a custom web interface. Okay? With automation, because I want to make the work more easier, to add some hosts, for example, from a CSV file, to add some host groups and users, so to help users who don't know how to manage Zabbix, because every person in the world is not a Zabbix administrator, so how can I make this work more easier through a web interface to limit the interaction of the users with Zabbix, and how to simplify this process. You have a little example how to create a host here. You have the method host.create, and then after that you have to select the different parameters that you want to use, the interface that you will use. This is an agent interface, SNMP, and so on and so on. The port, in this case, this is a SNMP host, because you have to put the port, the bulk, for the bulk request if you want to enable it. Then you select the groups, the template, and you could set also the inventory mode. Another example, because in France we have a lot of bank holidays, so yes, we are a bit lazy, but yes. To simplify the creation of the maintenance period one time a year, it's easier to make it from ECS calendar file, so you have to import only one file, and it will create all the maintenance period according to the bank holidays. Okay? Because each time you want to add the maintenance period, normally you should have several steps to implement this maintenance period. But with only one file to import, it will create all the maintenance period. We could also migrate from other monitoring solutions to Zabbix easily, like, for example, BMC Patrol, HPOV, Nagios and the fork of Nagios, Data Miner, and also older version of Zabbix. Dimir just talked a little about that, but it could be possible because with configuration export and configuration import method, it is not possible to export and import everything that you have in Zabbix. This is limited to host, template, maps, and I don't remember the other things, but we are working in IZI-IT on these tools to export all the things that we have in Zabbix, like the action, the maintenance, the script, the settings, and so on, to be able to import it in a new version of Zabbix. For example, if you have an instance with 3.0 Zabbix, with these tools you are able to migrate only the configuration things, not the history for the moment, to a new version of Zabbix. So yes, this tools was a lot of work because sometimes you need to follow the change in the Zabbix API. For example, previously for the user, this was alias, and now this is username. For the action, we have operation recovery, operation update, and so on. Sometimes the method change. And thanks to my friend Anna Devarieux and Kevin Françoise, who work on these tools, because you can fork just a small part of these tools on the GitHub link that you see below. And yes, maybe this could be a source of inspiration for you to take these things and work on that. What I could share with you, because the previous tools, sorry, I will keep for me and not for you, but I could publish it for you, is how to import icons easily in Zabbix. Because you know, maybe if you are using Zabbix Maps, you have to set up, okay, I need to have one icon this size, one other icon this size, and one another icon the same in different size. So I made these tools. It will be publicly available later in October. Yes, this is like I am selling the iPhone later this year. So you will be able to import with a different size your icon in Zabbix. So for example, how to do that? You have to import PyZabbix. So you need to install with pip utility PyZabbix library. And then say that in your Zabbix, Python script, from PyZabbix import Zabbix API. After that, you will need to import OS library because we will import the icon to put on the file system. The library Python imaging library, sorry, to change the format of the icon, and the base64 library because we need to encode the image in base64 format. After that, we set our URL, for example, zabbix.example.fr, and set the credential to log in to your Zabbix. Upload then, when we go to the slash method, I think that somebody is sleeping, so banana. I saw you. When I go to the slash and set the get method or post, it will have a different behavior. So when I post this icon, yes, it will automatically resize the image and then upload it to Zabbix. So I need to test if my previous image, if an image with the same name exists, then okay, my script won't execute the import. Then I need to encode the image in base64 format. And then I will use the image.create method to import the image. And you see that image type is 1 because this is the type for the icon. Okay? And if you want, for example, also import a background image, you have to set image type equal to. So who we are? I don't talk about that. We are the biggest French-speaking company in the world, so we are called IZI-IT. We are certified partner and certified trainer. Leader of the French-speaking community, we deliver expertise, professional services on SaaS or on-premise. You can go to our GitLab because we share publicly our work. So we have a lot of templates that we want to give to the community because, just because. And if you want to visit us, because we are doing open source, to visit us, we have a booth. And remember, tomorrow morning to register for the workshop. And once again, if you want to join our community, we have a channel Discord. There is more than 740 persons. We are also administrators of the French part of the official Zabbix forum, so feel free to join, to ask your question. I know that I'm not available 24/7, but if I could, I will respond to you. And enjoy and don't forget. Thank you.
Thank you, and banana. That's correct. All right, guys. So yeah, Steve did give us a very energizing presentation. Thank you for that. A lot of great examples, and if you weren't using Zabbix API before, you will probably consider or will start using it right now after this speech, and if not, workshop tomorrow. So before we take our break, I'd like to remind you guys that tomorrow we have Zabbix Certified User and Zabbix Certified Specialist exams at 8:45. Also, we have workshops in the morning, so there are quite a few of them. Once again, reminding you that you should have received invites, invite links in your mailboxes. Click on them, select your workshop, and then the only thing that's left is attending. And as for now, we have a couple speeches left, but before that, let's stretch our legs, relax a bit. We have a coffee break, so let's be back at 5 p.m. Enjoy.
All right, guys, so we are back, and I'm going to try and catch up with Steve, who just gave us the very banana presentation. Let's see if he's here. He did not came to his booth yet, but meanwhile we can look around and see what's happening in here. Got some food. There's the guy.
Would you like to go to
yeah, sure, let's go to your booth. We are already filming. Thank you, I believe it's yours. I'll be called by. So thanks for the very inspiring and energizing presentation. I think everybody enjoyed it. Why have you chosen API as the main topic for today's summit?
Oh, honestly, I was thinking about the title first, and I chose in my mind API, so I need to first think about the subject, so that's why. And I was listening to this song because I'm happy from Pharrell Williams, if you know. So yes, natively I chose this title, and then after that I need to find some real subject for the Zabbix Summit. Yeah.
And I really like the name of your company and this very different logo. Can you tell us some story behind it?
Yeah, of course. This is a giraffe because of our color black and yellow. I have to find something different, and but really reflect my mind and what we want to do. So I think that the giraffe is very cool because in the savannah, the only animals that you could see from far away is this giraffe. And in a world of monitoring, I think that giraffe to take a look higher than usual, yes, help us to detect, to anticipate some problem like the monitoring tools. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's very symbolic. Thank you. And what is the most common problem or situation or question the customers come to you with?
Oh, honestly, I think like my company, IZI-IT, we try to make Zabbix more easy so we don't face some problems regarding the customers. And every time we deploy Zabbix to customers, yes, things are going smoothly and very easy.
No problems.
No problems.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Let's see whom else do we have here. There's another nice booth. Hi guys.
Hi.
How are you enjoying your first time on Zabbix Summit with us? And what do you think about the atmosphere here?
Oh, it's really friendly around, seeing so many new faces, having the chance to network with same industry people. So yeah, it's pretty fun. We also like the fact that each day we have parties. So yeah, that gives us more chance to meet new faces, again, get acquainted, and yeah, I think that's really great.
And you guys have some very big names among your customers, the companies I believe everybody knows about.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about maybe one project that you are most proud of?
I can say like a set of project, or maybe set of directions which we took recently, which helped us achieve tremendous results, right? So I think it's the ability to scale really quickly. So I think kind of going hand in hand with the client's needs. So they say, okay, tomorrow, or let's say not tomorrow, but in a week's time, we need 30 new people on this project. Can you deliver? So we say, yes, we can deliver. And then we kind of bust our asses to get there. So I think that's really something that helps us achieve those heights, because we also pursue those Fortune 500 companies as well as Zabbix does. So I think there we kind of have that fit in the mindset. So yeah, I'd say that's our kind of strongest suit and pro.
But how do you do that? How do you find those 30 people?
Oh yeah, so we have such a culture. First of all, we work a lot with people. So we have a large resource base, as well as a good tapping into external resources. So we also have this like one level horizontal structure of organization, so we can quickly kind of find new resources and manage the projects. The resource management is really critical, and that's where we excel. So we can actually find those 30 people in a week's time. Obviously, depends on how critical is the project and how potential is the project, so we can do that as well.
Okay, thank you. Very nice talking to you today.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, let's move on to the next booth. We have more people. We have a lot of people actually discussing something right here. And let's check out what they're talking about. Hi guys. Hi guys, how's it going for you today?
Again, sorry?
How is it going? How are you feeling on this summit today?
Perfect. Everybody here is so funny, and we have really nice questions from the people. It's perfect. We are so happy to be here.
Yeah, and you seem to have a lot of people around your booth. What is the most frequent question? What are they most interested to know about?
What is it, actually?
Okay. And what is it? Can you tell us?
We prepare some modules for people, make these modules public, and we are doing something special because we are little showing what can be done, and a lot of people asking me, oh, it can be done. It's something like overriding the source code now. It's just directly module, and tomorrow we have presentation about this, and also we are sharing all information tomorrow.
Okay, and can you give us a little of sneak peek into your tomorrow's presentation? Why people should listen to it? What's the most interesting part?
Sneak peek. I'm thinking maybe we have a little surprise tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
And our presentation, we have QR code. And if you load this QR code, you have some gifts.
Okay, nice. Thanks for the heads up. Okay, thank you. And we still have people talking. It's almost the end of the day one on Summit, and I think everybody's a little tired, but at the same time, the atmosphere here is very inspiring, and it's nice to see people making connections, making new friends, talking to each other. And after this coffee break, we'll be back with 2 more presentations you're going to listen to, and for now, let's just enjoy the coffee.
right, guys. Welcome back from our short break. Before we continue, let's once again mention all of our sponsors and thank them for being able to be here and sponsoring us and helping us out. Like I said, without them, this scale would not be possible. So let's start with our platinum sponsors. And our first platinum sponsor is IntelliTrend. Let's have a round of applause for each one of them. Come on, guys. IntelliTrend, thank you, guys. Next, we have Quadrata. Thank you a lot. We have Alenta. Thank you. Next up, we have our gold sponsors. So for our gold sponsors, we will start with InitMax. Thanks a lot, guys. IZI-IT, represented a moment ago. Thank you. Destivelle. Previous slide, please. We sort of scrolled over it. Yes, Destivelle. Locals, by the way. Let's have a round of applause. H5 Network, also represented here on stage today. Let's have a round of applause for them. And we have Kustos. Thank you, guys. Yes, that's right. Make some noise. Next up, we have our silver sponsors. Thank you goes out to MySQL. Thank you. Metricio, thank you, guys. Next up, Docomo Business NTT Communication. Thank you a lot. SRA OSS, thank you for being our silver sponsors. And finally, Unirede. Thanks a lot, guys. Much appreciated. Thank you to all of our tiers of sponsors, guys. Like I said, this won't be possible without you. You're really helping us out here and providing a sort of support with your sponsorship. Okay, let's continue. We have 2 presentations left. We will stick with European speakers. The arrangement is somewhat random, but it turns out, yeah, we started with sort of world traveling, and now we are moving closer to home. So next up, we will talk about monitoring a particular piece of software called MySQL. We are probably all familiar with it. And our next speaker from Poland, you've probably seen him before on Zabbix stages. We'll talk about monitoring MySQL with Zabbix, understanding the metrics, what and how you should monitor. Let's welcome Principal Solution Engineer from Oracle-MySQL, Vittorio Cioe. I butchered your last name, sorry.
Hi, everyone. Wow. I have to say this perspective looks so much great than a web event, and I have also to say prior we start how happy I am to be back here after. It feels like it has been so long time, like too long. So hopefully for this year and other 10 years in presence. So let's start. What we'll speak about today? We'll speak about monitoring MySQL with Zabbix, understanding the metrics. What does it mean? We'll discover in a while. First, for all of you who do not know me, a few facts about myself. I am Vittorio, and I have been a Linux MySQL user since I can remember, honestly speaking. Last years I have enjoyed working for MySQL and regularly appearing at conferences. This is honestly one of the best parts of my job currently. So you might remember me from the last couple of Zabbix Summits. Originally I'm from Italy, but I live in Warsaw, and I like movies, cooking, traveling. I actually love traveling. All right, it's enough about myself. Let's see what we'll speak about. So, what does it mean understanding the metrics? Yeah, we can monitor MySQL with Zabbix, which is amazing, and it does really a great job. But do we know actually the meaning of what we are monitoring? That's what we'll discover. So we'll have a brief recap of MySQL and how it works. Then we will try to understand the key metrics, like the key metrics that Zabbix collects from MySQL. Not all of them, otherwise we would stay here discussing until the next Zabbix Summit. But the key metrics in the area of connection handling, memory buffers, log files, so disk structures, and query execution. All right, so MySQL and how it works. What is MySQL? Everyone knows, I think, in this room. It is the #1 open source database, and pretty much any stat you can find around the internet will confirm it. In 2019, got awarded as DBMS of the year. And it can be monitored, it should be monitored, because as one of the previous sponsors which appeared on this stage says, and they have a very beautiful slogan on their booth, monitoring the database, it's the base. So it should be monitored, and we can monitor it with Zabbix. Starting monitoring MySQL with Zabbix is actually really easy, because to get started, it's enough to install the agent 2. Then you create a user with monitoring privileges. Then you create the host with the Zabbix agent interface. You assign the MySQL template to the host, and you are pretty much done. You adjust the user macro values to match DSN, username and password, as you can see from the screenshot. So, okay, this is easy. And this will give us an overview, like the MySQL template will give us an overview and much more. So we can see, for example, if the server is up, if the uptime and other general metrics, if you are having a problem. And here it gets difficult, because MySQL provides to Zabbix a lot of metrics, like really a ton of them. So, do we need to know all of those metrics? What's important to know, and once we understand what's important to know, what does it mean? So, to understand this, we need to take a step back and have a look at the overall structure of the MySQL server. So, the structure of MySQL server, it's what we like to call the pluggable structure. Everything, regardless of what it is, it's treated as a plugin. Even the storage engines are a plugin, as we'll see in a moment. So what we have in the structure? We have connectors, then we have the connection pool inside, and then we get inside the server where we find the connection pool, and then we start to get plugins like the SQL interface, it's a plugin, the parser, it's a plugin, the optimizer is a plugin, the storage engines are plugins. So like we have a ton of existing storage engines for MySQL. For convenience, everything we will speak about in this presentation will be referring to InnoDB. For example, if someone is interested in knowing what NDB is, well, we can discuss in front of a beer. But today, for the sake of this presentation, everything refers to InnoDB, which is the most popular storage engine. Then we have file structures, because at the end of the day, MySQL stores everything into text files. Okay, so we understood the overall structure of the MySQL server, and this represents what runs in the MySQL process on your Linux, hopefully Linux machine. Then let's try to understand the storage engine architecture, how InnoDB works. There are a set of memory buffers, one of the most important, like the king of the buffers is the InnoDB buffer pool. There are also other buffers like the change buffer, the log buffer, and then there are the disk structures. Like there are a set of these buffer and structures like the data dictionary, double write buffer, and then you have the undo and redo logs, and then you have the table space, so the actual files. Hopefully in your MySQL which you are using, you have the file per table option on. Otherwise, the performance of the server will kind of struggle very much. But if you are using a version which does not come from the dinosaur era, that's enabled by default. All right, so now we have understood how MySQL works. Let's start seeing the key metrics, which then at the end we will see what Zabbix shows us. So in terms of connection handling, can we speak about connection handling without understanding how it works? Of course not. So this is the way MySQL handles connection. There is a phase of connection establishing where the client will provide credentials and it will get a thread assigned from a buffer or created appositely. Once the connection is established, there will be the user thread, and the client will hook up to this user thread, will do its stuff, and then we will send a close signal. The user thread will come back to the thread cache, and the connection will be ended. So what are the important metrics related to the connection? This is valid for every version of MySQL, especially for community. Max connection. So this is the key metric I have to keep in mind, because if I set it too low, the application might not be able to work properly. If I set it too high, I might knock the server down. Why? Because the connection, each connection requires memory, and not only. Each connection opens up actually a file on the operating system. That's why you might need to increase the U limits more than the standard depending on the workload. So yeah, remember to set U limits and file descriptors. So what can we monitor with Zabbix? We can monitor the threads connected, which based on the corresponding variable of the show status. We can monitor the threads running which are not sleeping, which is quite an important metric because I can see the threads which are actually doing stuff, and the threads cached. Also, I can see the connection per second, and those, like here we see how the corresponding graphics are looking like. This is, for example, the graphic of connection per second, which actually I kept very low on purpose, and then I generated the spike. And I can get here out of the box a beautiful graphic of the MySQL threads. Like I can see the threads cached in green, I can see the threads connected, and I can see the threads running. So I can see that I have quite some threads connected, but running not very much. So the majority is sleeping. So I can get out of the box really everything I need to check the connections. And now I hope we understand a bit better how this works. Let's move on. So before we move on, I wanted to say also another thing in general about this presentation. This is a presentation I wanted to make for quite a long time, but I was waiting to be back. Now, the memory buffers. The king of the buffers is the InnoDB buffer pool. Okay, I put one slide back. Who knows how the InnoDB buffer pool really works? Really. All right, so we will understand how the InnoDB buffer pool really works. So normally the InnoDB buffer pool is this obscure object which takes up to the 80% of the memory of the machine. Okay, why so? Now we'll see why so. First of all, it's not up to the 80% of the memory, it's between 50 and 80% of the free memory, which is a completely different thing. So, the InnoDB buffer pool is, as you can see on the slide, a place in the memory where InnoDB holds the data which is accessed, but it holds them in a specific way. It holds the hottest, let's say, data, the data which are more frequently accessed. So the data under the hood are categorized, are stored in chunks called pages. So the InnoDB buffer pool stores the frequently accessed pages in a way similar to a bubble sort. So the hottest goes up and the coolest goes down, like what happens with actually with the air. So the hottest goes up, the coolest goes down. They don't cross at midway, and there is no rain in case of the buffer pool, but it's actually the way it works. So it works in a non-deterministic way, because I can know, for example, which tables I expect to access the most, and I mentioned the buffer pool in correlation of these, of the size of these tables, but which exact chunks of data will be accessed, in the most of the cases, I can't predetermine. All right, so how does it configure? There is the king variable for MySQL optimization. Whenever I start a MySQL optimization, we start from this variable, the InnoDB buffer pool size, which as of MySQL 5.7 can be accessed dynamically. All right. On dedicated servers, from 50 to 80% of the physical memory, and I can set the number of buffer pool instances. As a rule of thumb, every 2 gigs of buffer pool counts as one instance. I can save the buffer pool status in order not to have to warm up the buffer every time I restart the server, so having pretty much the same performance where I've left off, and I can save the determined percentage of the buffer pool as well. Also, I can show the status of the loading like with this command. If I want to see the size of the buffer pool and I'm not yet using Zabbix, I can use this very big query, and if anyone without memorizing without taking a picture is able to memorize these and to repeat it to me, it will get from 5 to 10 dolphins at the boot. So, and as you can see, the result of this query, it's pretty much the same as what I got using Zabbix. So, this is the actual query you can use if you need to. About the memory usage, the buffer pool takes a lot of the memory. Another thing which I want to configure is the table open cache. So the table open cache, it's a variable which defines the maximum number of tables which I can keep open concurrently. It gets held in memory, but it also influences the maximum number of open files on the server. So again, check the ulimits. How we can monitor these beauties with Zabbix? So we have the metric which speaks about the buffer pool utilization, and also this is the way how Zabbix calculate that percentage. And if it's fairly similar to that query, I would say it's a more accurate calculation because it refers to the last runtime values. As well, I can calculate the buffer pool efficiency. So how much of the buffer pool am I using, a level of efficiency for the buffer pool, which is a great information, which of course MySQL out of the box does not give. But using the read requests, and combine it into a percentage, Zabbix is able to calculate how efficiently am I using the buffer pool, and this is not a small thing. Also, I can get a graphic with a breakdown of the buffer pool utilization. So I can get the pages free, the total of the pages, the read requests, and the actual hits to the buffer pool, where the read requests per second, I can get the read requests per second, so I can see how many reads are actually being served from memory, but also I can see with buffer pool reads, so the name of the variable is misleading, but it shows how many pages are being served from disk. So if the pages from disk are too much, what do I need to do? Sorry?
Increase buffer size.
Exactly. Exactly. And I can get the total stats of the open tables. So to dimension the table open cache, I need to look at this value here, opened tables. Now, so we have set up the memory. As you see, to start, a good MySQL optimization does not require to tune 100 or not 10 parameters. It requires that 4 or 5 parameters. Then whenever you hit that performance bottleneck, once you have optimized, you refine further. But to start off very efficiently doesn't take much. Then let's see now what MySQL keeps on disk, the log files. I'll say immediately among all the disk structures, I'll focus on redo logs and binary logs. So, what are the redo logs? The redo logs are data structures, so basically files where MySQL keeps track of the changes which are being written to the database. So they are controlled, there are normally 2 files, they are by default, and they are controlled by 2 parameters. InnoDB log file size, which defines the size of a single file, and InnoDB log files in group, which defines the number of files. So the total size is easy to calculate, and the data prior to getting written to the log are being written to a memory buffer, which is called InnoDB log buffer size, which isn't very big unless you are writing very beefy amount of data in a single chunk. But it can be increased a little bit. Normally the magnitude is in the order of the 32 or the 64 megabytes. So again, if you have a write-intensive application, consider using a dedicated disk for hosting the binary log, and another disk, for hosting the redo logs, and perhaps another disk for the binary logs. So, how do I increase the performance here? Because that depends. I mean, once I have increased the buffer, the speed of writing depends a lot on the system. There is a trick I can do, but it's a risky trick. Like if you want to get more traction on your car, you disable the assisted traction. Here, you can play with this variable inodb flash log at transaction commit. So this variable regulates how often the binary logs are flashed, not the binary logs, sorry, I keep mistaking. The redo logs are being flashed to disk. Default is 1, so every time there is a commit, for every transaction by default or at every commit, the binary logs, the redo logs, sorry, are ending up to disk, so to the database files. Sometimes if I write too intensively, there's not enough. So I have to take the risk, or if I can take it, of course, I need to face the risk of losing some data if I want to push it even further. The safest is value 2. So the redo logs are written at every transaction, so the data are written from memory to the log at every transaction, and they are committed every second. So if I have a crash, I have still the redo logs, so I might not lose data. Or if I feel I want to go extreme, I can set it to 0. So the redo logs will be written and flushed to disk every second. The default is 1, and the log flushing frequency is controlled by this variable. So this is the parameter that I can tune when I have a write-intensive application with the hardware I have can't write more. Now, something more friendly, the binary logs. So the binary logs are containing binary chunks, so data in binary format, describing the changes which are happening in the rows. So whenever something is written, that change is taken in binary format that is written into the binary log. They slightly decrease performance, but they're very useful. They're useful, for example, for point-in-time recovery and for other things which we'll see. So, the binary log format is regulated by the variable binlog format, which can be statements. So I get the SQL statements in the binary log, row, which is the default from MySQL 8, and mixed. So row describes the changes, the rows which are physically changed. And this is safer than statement because sometimes different executions on different servers could end up in a different way. All right, so also I can read the binary log. They are available in a human readable form, or I would say almost human readable form, with the tool MySQL binlog. And also for the binary logs, consider using a dedicated volume. Why? Because the data written on disk, the redo logs, the binary logs all on the same disk, if I write quite intensively, will just affect negatively the performance because I have 3 processes competing for disk. Now, the binary logs are being used for replication process. They are being used for the classic asynchronous replication, where the changes are written into the binary log, they are transferred to the redo log and applied on the replica. And they are being used for group replications, so to say, InnoDB cluster. I have spoken about InnoDB cluster here some years ago. Basically, it is a almost synchronous or a semi-synchronous replication technology, which is anyway based on the binary logs. So, what can we monitor with Zabbix? The calculated value of the InnoDB log file size for the redo log, and as well the binary log size. The binary log size, I calculated it using a custom item, and here you can find the definition. By the way, thanks a lot to the Zabbix team, which helped me with the syntax of the custom items. And as well, I also, with the help of the Zabbix team, managed to set up a custom trigger where I calculate one very important thing, when the binary log is filling up disk space. So I set very conservatively the threshold to the 50% of the disk space I have available. So when the binary log overcomes that percentage, but it's easy to modify, you have the entire syntax here. So when you overcome a certain threshold, you get an alert, because one of the major causes of replication breaking, it is the disk space is filled up, and very often is filled up not by the data, which we kind of remember to keep under control, but by the binary logs. So here we go. Now, let's change a little bit topic now that we are approaching the end of this presentation, and let's speak about query execution. So, to understand query execution, we should understand a little bit how the MySQL optimizer work. So, the optimizer is the object that gets a query and calculates a cost model. So, chooses the best among different possibilities of running a query. That's why different queries after optimization can end up being the same query. Now, how can I check what the optimizer is doing? I have basically two ways. I can use the command explain put in front of the queries, and I will get an explain plan. So table by table, the optimizer will tell me if he's using a join, if he's using an aggregation, which indexes are being used. And I can run the explain for select, delete, insert, replace, and update. How does an explain plan looks like? Now, on the right, we have a bad explain plan, where we see that I'm scanning a very high number of rows without using indexes. So then I do some magic, I add an index, and we understand. So this is the query. It's a rather simple query, but without an index on actually the salaries. I am scanning 2 million over almost 3 million rows. Now, with an index, the rows which are being scanned go down to 7. So from 3 millions almost to 7. And this is the kind of information that the optimizer can give us about the bad queries. Also, I have another tool. I have the explain analyze command, which tells me basically how much a query will run in terms of time. So I am adding further information on top of what the optimizer gives me. Anyway, when we are speaking about queries performance, because before showing what Zabbix can monitor, we have to do some further consideration. First, very often, if I'm using a third-party application, I don't have control over the queries which an application is running, but When I have control, I should ask myself those questions. So, am I using the right data types and clauses? Does each table have the appropriate column? Am I using the minimum length possible which I should use? Does the table have a primary key? Because very often that comes down being important. And is the table indexed properly? This thing about indexes I can use also with some third-party application. Not all, but sometimes the DBA can do some magic. Now, what can we monitor with Zabbix? So we can monitor the commands per second broken down by command. So delete, select, insert, and update. And this is actually very, very useful. I can monitor the InnoDB row lock weights. So here I can see when I was executing a test, I had more locks, and then it went down. I can monitor the queries per second with the using an item with the related time series. So the beauty of this is that every item you get gets converted as the associated time series graph. So I can keep track of how much queries are being executed and how much locks I am getting on the database, because the locks is an indicator which can tell us how much we risk that the performance suddenly goes down, because more rows are getting locked, less rows can be utilized. Even though InnoDB does a lot in comparison of older engines in terms of locking only locally, but still, when I get read-write very intensive applications, this can be a problem. So, we are approaching to conclusion. What have we done? We spent 34 minutes analyzing the most important queries. We have seen what are the most important parameters which Zabbix monitors. Not that the others are not important, but if I want to start to monitor MySQL and I'm approaching to it like a black box, I can start from this safe set of parameters. And you will see when it gets represented on the dashboard, it's not such a small set. It becomes quite a complete dashboard in the end. So we have reviewed the internals of MySQL very briefly, maybe too briefly, but enough for the purposes of what I had to explain. We have understood which metrics are behind the parameters, and we have digged a little bit as well in the components of these metrics, so where the metrics come from. So hopefully we have understood as well how to control those components and optimize the metrics. So, and here I leave you a small, some small tips about performance optimization. My favorite is don't take best practices as absolute truth. So always do one thing and test. And with the help of Zabbix, you'll get quite a complete overview. So that's all from my side. I was very happy to be here. I hope now we have a little bit better understanding of what the monitoring panel is showing us. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vittorio. You can find Vittorio around here. They have their own booth outside, so feel free to approach him. If something isn't clear about monitoring MySQL, and as Vittorio said, they sort of just covered it for the sort of in the format of a presentation. There's a lot more to discuss, so find him right outside and ask him your concerns or your questions. For our final speech, we will have on our stage here one of the authors of the Zabbix book that many of you have maybe seen or read or want to read. One of Zabbix contributors also, dedicated fans, and a valuable member of Zabbix community. They will talk about keeping things structured with Zabbix, right? Things can get complex, and we need to have a proper design, a proper structure for our Zabbix entities, how to group them, how to structure them. Let's welcome on the stage from Opensource ICT, Netherlands, Zabbix consultant and trainer, Nathan Liefting. Welcome.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to the summit. I will talk a little bit about keeping things structured within Zabbix today. So if you're a big fan of Excel sheets and keeping everything neat and tidy within your Zabbix environment, this is the speech for you. So first, short introduction. My name is Nathan Liefting. You might already know me. I'm a Zabbix consultant and trainer. And I've been working with Zabbix ever since version 2. Been around for a while, but this is actually my first summit, so first time here, happy to be presenting. And you might already know us from our books, so we actually wrote 2 books on Zabbix, the latest versions 5 and 6. And if you already have our book, thank you very much for supporting it. Actually, we're doing a little giveaway as well with the book and an official Zabbix training, so check us out on LinkedIn. Open-source ICT solutions, we do support, training, consultancy, 40 hours a week, anything you need. That's our main focus, Zabbix. So, what will I be talking about today? We have a lot of data within our Zabbix environment. And all of that data is great to have, but what happens if you have hundreds, thousands of hosts, and all of that data, well, it has to be structured in the right way. If we don't do that, I always like to use a term called monitoring fatigue. And it happens when our Zabbix users, the people that we are building our monitoring system for, they don't want to use it. Because all of that info in latest data, all of that info that we have gathered, we haven't structured it correctly, and now they are lost in it, they feel like it isn't efficient enough, and they don't want to use it. So we have to make sure that our monitoring system, well, that it's used. So we have to make sure that people know about our monitoring system and where to find the data easily. So whenever I start building a Zabbix server, I always want to go through the list of all of my entities. I always start every single Zabbix installation. Once I have that front end, once I talk to my customers, I always want to start with the host groups, making sure that those are structured. It is the basis of everything. And then we just run through the list. We start creating hosts. We have the new template groups in 6.2. Our templates have to be named correctly. And we have to work very well with the new tags and the new tag policy that Zabbix actually introduced. And I'll also be talking a little bit about business service monitoring today and how we can utilize those tags. So first, the host groups. Whenever you get started with Zabbix, you will see something like that, which is a nice start. We already have some hosts created as well, and they're grouped, but we can do it way better. In the initial setup, when you get your Zabbix host groups, you will not get any subgroups. So on the left side here, we can see we started using subgroups, making sure that we use something like applications databases, or even another level, applications databases, MariaDB. Why use subgroups like that? Because it makes it so much easier to get a lower level, put all of our hosts in there, and then later on, we can also filter on the higher groups and get all of the information about the subgroups as well. So it's important to do, make sure you set that up. And you can also see, because Zabbix sorts most of the stuff alphabetically, that we also get this nice structure, and we can easily find stuff that belongs together or that is related to each other. So I have the same structure that I just created at the top. But as you can see, there's an exclamation mark right there. Why isn't this great? well, it works, but there's also a very long name on my screen right now. Better yet, if we have some structures defined already, we have some shorthands like DB, we can make sure that we use those shorthands and get it shorter so that it's easier to read and understand by our Zabbix users. And we can even go further into making sure that we do something like app.db. Keep it short, keep it descriptive to make sure that everyone can understand, but don't use shorthands too much. Use shorthands that you can actually use within your company that everyone knows. And then once we have that set up, well, of course we have to start using them. One of the reasons we need to think about these host groups so well is because we use them within our permission system. We have to make sure that all of our Zabbix users have the right permissions. And as you can see, we can actually include subgroups in that. So utilizing that subgroup structure, we can now make sure that we can do something like servers OS as an operating system. All of our users will now, or all of the users in the group server administrators will now have access to all of our servers with all of the operating systems. Or we can use that to filter down even more, and then we can do something like servers operating system Linux. And you can see, okay, now we have a group Linux administrators, and they have the specific permissions they need. It will help us greatly later on in our Zabbix environment to use those subgroups for stuff like permissions. Not just permissions. There's a lot that actually uses these subgroups. For example, in our actions here. Our actions will also be able to utilize the groups. We can put them in there as a condition and then make sure that we send the right notifications, execute the right remote commands, all of that stuff that we can utilize that host group for. So they're important. Make sure to set them up and use them anywhere that you find them. For example, over here we can see a list of all of the different locations in the front end where we can utilize these subgroups, or all of these host groups actually. We can also use them for filtering in that front end. And then the host names. So the host names are also important, and I do see a lot of Zabbix environments that actually do something that might be useful in their case or can be done a little bit better in most cases. Even in our default Zabbix environment, once we have an installation set up, our server is called Zabbix server. Not specifically bad, I mean, we can use that, we can monitor our Zabbix server, and it will work. But I always like to apply a certain format to my host names. And that is simple. I use the host name that I already have set up on my devices. Linux servers, Windows servers, they all have a name already. So stick with what you know. Make sure that you use the host names that you already have in your environment, and it will make it a lot easier for you to find them later on, simply because you already know those names. Keep it short, keep it descriptive, and think of your Zabbix users. If they already know the host name, it will be easier for them to work with it. So, what about if we have an environment, like for example an MSP environment, where you might have duplicate host names? You can see we're using the host name here. It's nice, it's short, it's descriptive, and that was what we just said was great, right? Yeah, but now we have customers, they have duplicate host names. We can still kind of apply the same principle by simply adding a customer prefix. And then we can use wildcard searches like we can see in most filter locations in our Zabbix environment to find all of those hosts regardless of the customer. Combine that with a host group and you are golden. So, for the host names, make sure to stick with what you know. Make sure to use those host names that you already applied. What about that visible name? We also have that available. Well, I always tell all of my trainees in my Zabbix courses do not use it unless you need it. It has local language support, so for example, we could use it for local language support, and then we can make sure to create a localized Zabbix environment. We can only put one there though, so we can only use one local language. And the real downside of using that visible name field is your configuration, like your trigger expressions, they will still use the actual host name. Zabbix Server 1, as we can see in the lower left screenshot there. And the visible name will just be used anywhere in the front end. So that makes things a little bit complicated. And if you don't need it, I would recommend you just not fill it in. I know sometimes we have this need to fill in every single field. It's not always required. This is one of those cases. And then new to Zabbix 6.2 is the template groups. Finally, they are split up. We have separate host groups and separate template groups. No longer will we have to explain the confusion to our Zabbix users that templates belong in certain groups. They won't be hooked up to the host if we put hosts and templates in the same group. It has been split up. So great improvement. And they already have subgroups set up as well, so that we can simply find all of the templates that belong to the main group here, templates. And we have the subgroups set up to find the different kinds of templates. Useful for permissions as well. Once again, same principles apply as with the host groups. Keep the name short, keep it descriptive, and use those subgroups to your advantage. Next up, template names. For those of you who have used older versions of Zabbix before, you might know this has been changed a few times around. And I think we've arrived at that point where the template groups are actually set up or the template names are set up very nicely. So in Zabbix 5.0, we had the unnecessary prefix that it was a template. Of course, we know it's a template. That has been scrapped. We don't see that in 6 anymore. And we don't have the type indicator anymore. It used to be template OS. No longer do we need that because we fixed that right there with the tags with a class and a target. So we are only left with the useful part, Linux, SNMP, which tells us, hey, this is a Linux system and it won't be monitored by SNMP. Simple, short, descriptive, all we need. One little funny thing I always noticed is in the template names we have by JMX, by IPMI, by HTTP, but we don't have by SNMP. It's just SNMP. So yes, I did create a ZBX next for that. You can find it. Small thing, but we are talking about the nitty-gritty details here. That's one of them. Keep it the same. All right, and that's the template names. Keep them short, keep them descriptive. We can start hooking them up and make sure to include them in a template group. Next up, tags. Very important, and probably something that not everyone is familiar with entirely yet, because in Zabbix 6.0 an entirely new tag policy was introduced. There's a great blog post about that written by Andrew, and you can find that on the Zabbix blog. Definitely use that once you start building your own templates. Great piece of, great blog post there. So check that one out. And I'll go over everything that's included in there as well. And it all starts at the template level. So for the templates, we can see we have two tags available, the class and the target. And the class will be defining what the template is about. Like we used to have that type indicator, like the OS in the template. We can put that as a class. And then we have the target. What type of the device, what type of piece of equipment or application are we monitoring? Like a TP-Link, a Windows server, anything like VMware. What are we monitoring? So include those two tags, and all of this will come together later because these tags have inheritance between them. and they'll all end up at the event that is created, so we can see them in the problem view and we can use them later on for filtering. That also counts for this template level tag. And then the next level, once we set up our template, is going to be the item. So we create our items on the template, and those items also have tags. No more applications, they've been removed for a while now, and we have the tag instead. And we also don't use application as the name of the tag anymore. We have the component now. A component being a part or an element of a larger whole. So anything really is a component, whether that's a physical card in a router or in a switch, whether that's a hot swappable power supply unit, or whether that's a piece of the application that we are trying to monitor. We give that component a name, for example, grouping all of the memory-related stuff together in the component memory. And then later on, we can use that once again. Third level, sorry, not yet, I'm too soon. We have one more thing we need to discuss about the item. Because we always have the component tag. But not everything is just a component. For example, of course, a network interface is a component in our device. But it's also the interface itself. And the interface itself has a number of different items. So we add and make sure to add another tag, something we can come up with ourselves. It doesn't necessarily have to fit into this specific format. But we can use that to create a tag, in this case with low-level discovery, and make sure that we group all of those different interfaces together with the same tags. Another very useful thing to keep things structured. And then we have the third level, the triggers. And this one's easy. We just have to pick one, because there's only 5 options here. They have been predefined. Of course, we could add more if we would see the need to, but these tags have been well thought out, and basically any of the triggers that we create can fit into one of these categories, so that we can easily distinguish what the trigger is actually going to indicate. Is it a availability kind of issue? Is it a performance kind of issue? So we have the 5 different groups that we can use to group these different triggers and identify them later on. And then there's one more level, there's the host level. I haven't forgotten about it, but we use it a little less in most cases. They all come together at one point. We do everything on a template level in most cases in our Zabbix environment. We have the items, we have the triggers set up, and once our trigger creates a new problem event, as we can see over there, all of those tags will come together and give us a lot of details about what the problem is indicating. Class operating system. Okay, this is an operating system kind of issue, so we know what level it is on. We have the component system or component network, indicating that it is a network type of issue. It's about the interface, the availability specifically, and it's a Linux target. All of it came together, and all of it is indicating what this problem is about. We also have the host tags. Most of the time, we use this as a high-level overview. Putting a service tag is the new best practice there. So we put the service tag on the host level, and that will also indicate what service that host is running. So it will also come together, and it will be present on this problem as well once we do put it. So all of the 4 levels that we can put these tags of have this inheritance and will come together at that event. One more thing about tags. As you all know, probably there is a new implementation of business service monitoring, and it also uses tags. Slightly confusingly, it uses 2 different types of tags, and we need to know how they work and how they come together. Once we know, it's easy to understand, but we have to know that there's, on the service itself, 2 different types of tags. We have the problem tags that we use on the business service monitoring service to indicate which events, which problems are going to trigger this service. So if the service is currently healthy or not. So on the problem, we have 3 different tags here. I've used the actual tags from the new tag policy. We have the service on the host level, that's indicating that this is about the help desk. We have the component web and the scope availability. We indicated that if those 3 tags are present on the problem, we want the service to go into an unhealthy state. And once it does, we can leave it at that. Or we can put a tag on the service. It's a different tab in the configuration screen. And then we can indicate what this service is about. For example, an SLA. This is an 8x5 service, so not a 24/7 service. And we want it to be used in the SLA itself. And in the SLA we state, okay, if the tag SLA 8x5 is present, then we are going to calculate that SLA downwards. And we can also use it in actions. Now, as you can see, problem tags are right there, and they shouldn't be confused with the tags right over there, because that's going to be a problem if we do confuse them. Make sure that you know what each one of them does. And once we have configured our service, we have something like the help desk website. It's going to be in either an OK state or a problem state if any one of those tags on an event is present. And then we can also use it in that SLA, indicating which service tag is going to be available, either on that SLA or on the action conditions. All right, that's a lot of structurizing already, and that's basically the best practices that we have to think about and keep in mind. But there's also some minor tips and tricks I would like to tell you about. The item names, the trigger names, and low-level discovery. Especially low-level discovery right there can become quite a mess if we aren't smart about how we set this up. So let's have a look at the item names first. I have a default template here, indicating for us a bunch of different metrics that are going to be collected. And as you can see, there is something with this template that I don't love. It works very well, but available memory is right there. We have some CPU items all over the place. And what's going on here? Well, everything in this list is by default sorted alphabetically, meaning that the list will end up like this. I always like to apply what you can see on the slide on the right here, a little prefix. If it's a CPU-related item, I'm going to prefix it with CPU, making sure that there is no gaps in between or no other items in between, and getting them all in the same position, so it becomes easier to read and scroll through that list. It's a minor change that will really help you out, and will help out the people that need to build templates and the users that need to use that latest data page, because in the latest data page it will also be sorted like that. So that's a great change to make, just making sure that that prefix is available and there's no gaps in between anymore. Not just for the item names though, there's a lot of different places that we actually do this kind of sorting. So here's another example, and I did count on the default template. We have a free swap space in percentage, and we have a total swap space item. There's 21 items in between those 3 different swap space items. I don't love it, so I'm gonna do a prefix. Just call them all swap, and then tell what this item is going to be about right after that prefix. Once again, small change. It helps your users find stuff more quickly. And it doesn't really change the item name that much. I mean, free swap space or swap space free, it's still telling me exactly what needs to be done. And I know how to find them easily now. And of course, that's the nitty-gritty details right here. But layer 8 it's an issue. I'm personally not wearing this t-shirt, but I know that a lot of you probably are. And dealing with layer 8 issues can be quite a struggle. So we have to think about them because they are the users, they are important, they have to use that product, and they have to keep in mind what is going on with our environments. So make sure that you think about them. Reading is their enemy. So keeping things short and making sure that everything is described well by just indicating very shortly what it's about, it will help them a lot to do it like that. Even one single word can mean a difference between readability and completely skipping over the item and the information. It's not even something that you do simply because you don't want to read it, but maybe you're troubleshooting and you just miss it because it is a little bit longer than it should be. Thus, short names means less reading, and that also means less issues for us as Zabbix admins. See a small example over here, the version of the Zabbix agent running. It's not that bad, it's pretty good setup, but we can make that shorter. Zabbix agent version, that's all we need. We know that that's enough. Just get rid of the off, and we don't need to know it's running, because it probably is. So, small changes. Same thing for the triggers. Zabbix agent is not available, and then between brackets, for a certain time period. Don't forget about those macros, make everything flexible. Is a lot better than when we set up our own stuff. No, this is not a default, this is something I made up. The Zabbix agent has been unavailable for 5 minutes on, and that's the real stickler here that I don't like to see anymore, the host.host macro. I know that a lot of us probably did that before. It used to be definitely something that you should do, not anymore, because that host name is right there in the problem view, and we can include it in our notifications as well. We don't really need to put that host name there anymore, because it just tells us the same information twice. We know it's the Summit Linux 02 host in this case, and we don't have to know that it's on the Summit Linux 02 again after we read that notification. It's a little bit much. So get rid of that, don't use it anymore, and also, of course, don't include that whole explanation. Just keep it short, keep it descriptive, and people will know what to do automatically. Because a good trigger name will not just detail what the problem is, it will also already make us think about, well, where did it go wrong, which host, and also about how am I going to fix it. Short, descriptive, and it will tell us exactly how. So, if you actually want to include some more information on how to fix it, just use that description field. We can then see that when we click on the little question mark button right next to the problem name. And that's a way better location to put your long winding explanations, or even perhaps a link to the documentation. Now, also one thing I would like to mention about low-level discovery, keeping things structured. First of all, use your prefixes. Make sure to prefix those item prototypes. But also, this is something I see a lot, hashtag SNMP value. I mean, it's not terrible, but we can make up this macro ourselves. We don't have to do something like this. We can just put a nice descriptive names, and it will make it a lot easier to find and use the right macros. So, small change, keep that in mind. And yeah, like I said, use those prefixes. For example, the Linux SNP or the Linux template itself is a very good example. Interface IF name, and it will prefix all of the interfaces together, alphabetical sorting again, and it will end up with a nice list of all of the items together. Same thing for the triggers, of course. Use those prefixes and make sure that we can group them all together. And actually, this is the case in a lot of locations in our Zabbix environment. For example, our dashboards, maps, and actions. Keep it short here. We are using the alphabetical sorting, and I always like to use a little trick here. For example, on the dashboards here. On the left, I think we are all familiar. I think we are all familiar with this view. Seeing a list of all the dashboards that is quite messy. And you can't find any of your dashboards anymore, especially if you're a super admin and you have permission on everything, and it just becomes a mess. We already had a nice thought about the host groups. Those groups already were grouped in quite a nice way. And most often this also applies to our dashboards. I mean, it doesn't serve a function as in we can find or filter on them easily, but I always like to apply my host groups that I already know, that our users already understand, and group my dashboards alphabetically using those subgroups. I mean, it's not an actual subgroup, but the alphabetical sorting will result in a nice dashboard view. Not just for the dashboards, but also for the maps. It's the same story. We can do something like this, make a personal subgroup, and you can see all of the personal dashboards about all of our colleagues that they created for themselves are now grouped nicely together, and we can ignore them completely because, well, we only need to know our own personal dashboards, and we no longer have to look at the dashboards of our coworkers if we have access to them. And we can do something like network overviews and stuff in the same groups as well. Just a minor little trick. Same thing with actions, maybe not use the same as your host groups unless it applies to you, of course, but make sure to keep that alphabetical sorting in mind. If you have a lot of actions, it makes it a lot easier to find. All right, conclusion. Structuring our Zabbix environment is important. We have to use clear names, make sure to use the right abbreviations, use your subgroups, and make it easier on yourself and especially the users of your Zabbix environment. For the host names, always recommended, unless you are using local languages, to simply stick with the host name on the device. Don't use that visible name unless you need it. For the template names, follow the structure that is already defined by Zabbix. And another tip, I actually forgot to mention this, if you're using your template names, you can always prefix them with your company name. I always like to make a clone of, for example, the default Linux template, prefix it with the company name, and keep the default for reference in my Zabbix environment. For the tag, check out that blog post. Definitely a nice place to get started with that new tag policy, or check out the templates in our environment. Business service monitoring, make sure to keep those two different kinds of tags apart. And for the item names, the trigger names, keep it short, descriptive. Use the prefixes. Same thing with low-level discovery. And for your dashboards, maps, and actions, I hope you have learned a little trick here. All right, thanks a lot, everyone. If there's any questions, now's the time.
Thank you a lot, Nathan. A nice guideline, a nice way to finish up our day one. Don't run off yet. Couple of things that we have to agree on before we move to the fun part. So, first off, a reminder, exams tomorrow at 8:45, right? Certified user, certified specialist, we'll see you there. Workshops, also at 8:45, tons of different workshops. Sign up. If you haven't received an invitation, then approach either me or one of my colleagues, and we'll sort you out. Over here on the screen, you'll see the room layouts with the workshop rooms and the exam rooms. So just look at the screen and you'll be able to figure out where's what's taking place. If you're still unsure, just ask me directly. All right. So. All right, let's take a picture. Let's take a picture of all of us here. Smile, guys. Banana. Banana. Oh, okay, I have to move. Okay, I guess. Put my hands up? Okay, I'll put my hands up. Yay! Banana. Keep bananing. Yes, banana, bananing. All right. Do we need more? We need more. Okay, let's, from that corner. Yeah, Steve, it's your fault. I'm going to give you the mic and you can do the banana thing. Banana, one more time, or 5 more times probably. So, hands up. No, I can stand, just stand here, I can, okay. Banana! Thank you! All right, so we've had our pictures taken. That's why I told you to not leave. Okay, now let's get to the fun part. First off, remember your ID that you have over here. That's your ticket. It contains the necessary information. We also have a QR code over here. You can scan it. It will contain a map that will help you to get to the venue. The venue is Hansa Sperons. From 7 to midnight is the party time. The entrance will be open in a bit, so 6:15 p.m. The address is Hansa Street 16A. It's a walking distance away from here. We will gather right outside. If you see someone with this here red flag that I have, Zabbix flag, that means it's a guide, a person that you can follow, and they'll lead you to the venue. Another thing that we will do is we will take pictures also outside. So gather near the hotel entrance, look for a person with a Zabbix flag, and we will take a group photo, all of us, outside in the park next to the hotel. We will have some nice fun activities at the venue. We'll also have a band, Daddy Was a Milkman, and a bunch of other activities there that will keep you entertained. All right, I'll meet you downstairs. That's all for day one. Thank you, Zabbix community. You're the best, guys. Thank you.